Chapter 1358. Hey Lin and Dugu Xiu's hearts skipped a beat. Both of them began to worry about Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng. Yi Baiming was He Yao's son, but he did not listen to He Yao's orders and had made him his enemy several times. As for Yun Sheng, she had fought with He Yao twice and had even injured him. They thought that He Yao would only come out of seclusion after the core competition, but they never expected him to come out today. He Yao had been in seclusion for several years. Yi Baiming secretly observed He Yao and realized that the aura around him was like the vast sky. It was impossible to see the bottom of it. Could it be that He Yao's strength had improved? For him to successfully come out of seclusion this time, it meant that his divine power had improved and he had broken through to the martial god realm. Above the martial god realm was the demigod realm. That meant that He Yao's current strength was second to none in the Bahuang continent. The moment He Yao appeared, the other desolate tribe patriarchs' auras were automatically suppressed. The entire place fell silent. No one knew why He Yao had come out of seclusion early this time. Good, very good. I never expected that so many talents would appear in this Bahuang tribe competition. Although He Yao was furious, he was still a tribe patriarch, and he was the host of the Bahuang tribe competition. Naturally, he cannot openly kill someone in front of everyone. Patriarch He Yao, you came at the right time. I originally wanted to discuss something with all the tribe patriarchs. This matter is related to the core competition of the Bahuang tribe competition. Among all the beast tribe patriarchs present, only the high priest was not afraid of He Yao's power. He casually walked up to He Yao and stood shoulder to shoulder with He Yao. Oh, the high priest is a rare guest. Since you have come to my Black Qilin tribal nation, I will naturally respect the high priest's wishes. Although He Yao was arrogant, he was still polite to the high priest. The core competition of the Bahuang tribe competition has been held many times. The format is similar every time, so this time, I would like to make a bold suggestion. Why don't we change it this time? The high priest said, every year, the Bahuang clan competition was held according to the rules of the elimination round. In the end, the top 3 would be decided and the high-ranking beasts would be determined. Then, the order of the middle-ranking and low-ranking beasts would be determined according to their respective results. This rule had not been shaken for thousands of years. This was the first time the beast god Altar was participating in the Bahuang clan competition, and they proposed to change the rules of the competition. This point was very surprising. However, most of the beasts agreed with the high priest's suggestion. After all, the elimination round was held by drawing lots. The beast race, which had the most people entering the core competition, had a certain advantage, and vice versa. The high priest's suggestion is not bad. I also feel that it is too boring to keep using elimination rounds. Peng Wanli from the Featherpeng clan and Qing Yan from the Blue Hell Wolf clan, who had the least number of participants in the core competition, quickly agreed. What a joke, they only had 2 participants in the core competition. With the fewest people, the chances of being eliminated were higher. The Celestial Fox tribe and the Chinese tribe, who were originally low-ranking beasts, were aggressive. If they were unlucky, they would be eliminated directly. In the end, the middle-ranking beasts would become low-ranking beasts. At that time, not only would they lose face, they would also have to give up their respective territories. This would not be worth the loss. As for Hu Qinxiu, Li Pa clan leader, and the other 2 high-ranking beasts, they did not directly express their opinions. Whether it was the elimination round or any other format, He Yao had full confidence in winning against the Black Qilin tribe. Since that's the case, then may I ask the high priest, what new format should be used for the core competition of the Bahuang clan competition this time? He Yao asked. The high priest did not answer directly. He only took out something. That thing was quietly placed in his palm. It was a tower-sized thing. It looked like a stone sculpture model. It was not big and was completely bronze. One look, and one could tell that it was old. Bahuang Tower? When they saw this thing, other than Peng Yu, the other clan leaders were shocked. Even He Yao's expression changed. Bahuang Tower was not something that everyone on the continent knew about. Only the clan leaders of the major beasts knew about it. Even He Linlin and the others had not seen Ba Huang Tower before. The biggest reason why the beast god altar could be on equal footing with the high-ranking beasts and even the Black Qilin tribe for so many years was because of this Ba Huang Tower. Back then, the Bakra orcs were severely injured by the 8 powerhouses of the Boundless World and had to escape from the Boundless World. This matter had been a disgrace in the hearts of the Bakra orcs for so many years. The ancestors of the 8 Wastelands Beast Clan had always wanted to cleanse this humiliation with blood. Based on their memories, as well as the memories of the Beast Clan elders who had experienced that great battle, they had created a set of 8 Wastelands Dark Divine artifacts. However, the evil aura of these Ba Huang Dark Divine weapons was too strong. In order to suppress the evil aura of these Ba Huang Dark Divine weapons, the ancestors sealed these Ba Huang Dark Divine weapons in the Ba Huang Tower. There were a total of 8 floors in the Ba Huang Tower. Each floor contained a Ba Huang Dark Divine weapon. However, after the Ba Huang Tower was built, the people who had participated in the construction of this tower had died one after another. The Ba Huang Tower was taken away by the beast god altar. It had not been seen in the world for thousands of years. They did not expect the high priest to take out the Ba Huang Tower for this Ba Huang clan competition. Everyone, may I know if the Ba Huang Tower is qualified to be used as part of the core competition of the Ba Huang clan competition? The high priest asked. High priest, this is a serious matter. Why don't we discuss it first? He Yao said in a deep voice when he saw the hesitation on the faces of the clan leaders. He Yao did not include Peng Yu, the clan leader of the Chinese tribe. In his opinion, the Chinese tribe was just a bunch of motley crew. They were not qualified to be compared to the Bakra orcs. He Yao immediately decided to hold an impromptu meeting with the high priest and the other clan leaders. The contestants who had entered the core competition temporarily stayed where they were, taking a short break and waiting for the final decision. After everyone was seated, He Yao said directly, "Clan leaders, what do you think about the Ba Huang Tower?" Although He Yao was the strongest among the Bakra orcs, he was the youngest in terms of experience. He wanted to ask for the opinions of the other clan leaders. I think this matter is a little risky. The clan leader of the Jiuluan clan spoke first. The clan leader of the Jiuluan clan did not have a good impression of the beast god altar. He always felt that the high priest was a little eccentric. I think so too. It's too risky to let these children enter. The clan leader of the D clan agreed. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just a trial. The remaining contestants are the elites of the various clans, but they are still young. If they have the chance to try the power of the Ba Huang divine artifact, it will be beneficial for them. The clan leader of the Lipa clan was as resolute as ever. If it were not for her inconvenient identity, she would have tried the power of the Ba Huang divine artifact. After all the clan leaders present were born and raised in the Ba Huang continent. They had not seen the true power of the Ba Huang divine artifact. High priest, everyone here is the leader of the various beast clans. If you have any intention, you can say it directly. He Yao asked the high priest directly. Clan leader He Yao, you are indeed sharp. The high priest smiled. Actually, my purpose this time is not only to enter the core competition. My real intention is to unlock the seal of the Ba Huang divine artifact. The high priest's words stunned the other clan leaders. They hadn't expected the high priest's true intentions to be like this. High priest, what is your intention to unlock the Ba Huang divine artifact? The clan leaders were still a little hesitant. To be honest, I only recently learned that the seal of the Dutian blood realm can be broken by using the Ba Huang divine artifact. The high priest said. Hearing the high priest's words, the expressions of the patriarchs changed. Chapter 1359. After a quarter of an hour, the clan leaders and the high priest walked out after discussion. Just as the high priest said, the Ba Huang clan competition's core competition will be held in the Ba Huang Tower. He Yao announced the results of the clan leaders' discussion. Yin Sheng and the others did not know what the clan leaders were talking about. However, it was rare for the clan leaders to reach an agreement. The high priest seemed to have expected this result. Since the clan leaders have already decided, that's great. 3 days later, I will bring the 8 Wastelands Tower to the plaza. At that time, I will announce the specific challenge mode. After the high priest finished speaking, he put away the 8 Wastelands Tower in his hand. The various beasts also dispersed one by one. The contestants who had advanced to the next round were all overjoyed, while the ones who had been eliminated were all dejected. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the core competition that would be held in 3 days. As soon as he returned to the Duga mansion, Hu Qinxiu put away the smile on his face and gathered Yun Sheng, Lu Yunshuang, and Yushang. Listen up, the 3 of you. I know there's been animosity between the 3 of you, especially between Yun Sheng and Yushang. Both of you remember that the interests of the Celestial Fox tribe are the most important. If any of you dare to cause trouble, I will not let you off easily. Hu Qinxiu attached great importance to the Bahuang Tower challenge this time. He was a genuine villain. In front of He Yao, he was like an obedient grandson, but in front of Yin Sheng and the others, he had a different face. He looked like a high and mighty clan leader, and people could not help but want to despise him. Fortunately, the 3 women were used to it and could not be bothered to argue with him. Clan leader, what is that Bahuang dark divine weapon? Are they very powerful? Lu Yunshuang asked. In short, they are very powerful. After entering the Bahuang Tower, the 3 of you must take care of each other. Hu Qinxiu coughed awkwardly. Yinxing only found it funny. Hu Qinxiu had never seen a Bahuang divine weapon, let alone a Bahuang dark divine weapon. Among everyone, only Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, Dugu Xiu, and Bobo had seen a real Bahuang divine weapon. The warriors in the Bahuang continent had only heard of the Bahuang divine weapon, but had never really fought it. Yin Sheng had many Bahuang divine weapons on her, and Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu each had a part of the halberd of the divine battle god. Even so, Yin Sheng was not too confident about this trip to the Bahuang Tower. Although she had the demon summoning hand, the immortal holy grail, the nether ghost key, the magical bracelet, the heart's sorrow lantern, and the heavenly fate mirror, the 6-8 desolation divine artifacts in her possession were not as powerful as the 8 desolation divine artifacts in the era of the 8 desolation experts, especially the heavenly fate mirror, which was already damaged. The Bahuang dark divine weapon in the Bahuang Tower was made by the ancestors of the Bakra orcs by imitating the first-generation Bahuang divine weapon. Its power should be on par with the first-generation Bahuang divine weapon. Yun Sheng felt that the Grand Priest's goal was not so simple. However, this was only Yun Sheng's personal guess. As for the specifics, she would only know after she entered the 8 Wastelands Tower. In the remaining 3 days, Yun Sheng did not go out again. She used these 3 days to comprehend the master of the 8 Tails inheritance. Dugu Xiu was also nowhere to be seen. It seemed that after He Yao came out, Dugu Xiu became busy. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Yun Sheng opened her eyes. I still failed. In her eyes, there was some frustration. These few days, she worked hard day and night, thinking that she could have a breakthrough. But for some reason, every time she reached the final stage of comprehending the Bahuang inheritance, there seemed to be something blocking her, preventing her from breaking through. Fine, let's finish the Bahuang Tower's mission first. Yun Sheng walked out of the room. Hu Qinxiu and the others were already waiting outside. Yun Shuang, when we enter the Bahuang Tower later, try to go with me. Yin Sheng had long regarded Lu Yunshuang as one of her own. The dangers in the Bahuang Tower were unknown. If Lu Yunshuang went with her, they could take care of each other. The 4 of them arrived at the square. The Winged Rock tribe and the Green Netherwolf tribe of the 8 major beast tribes had already arrived. When Silver Rock saw Yun Sheng, his eyes blazed with hatred. What kind of luck did you have to make it all the way to the core competition? But your luck has come to an end. You're dead meat in the Bahuang Tower, Silver Rock said viciously. Young clan leader, if you really have the ability, why didn't you challenge me directly during the challenge competition? Or are you saying that you don't dare to make a move and plan to join forces with your scoundrel friends after entering the Bahuang Tower? Yun Sheng glanced at Silver Rock. Silver Rock was exposed by Yun Sheng. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not help but blush. Silver Rock had originally planned to challenge Yunsheng directly during the challenge competition. He did not expect Yunsheng to kill Li Liqing of the Black Qilin tribe as soon as she entered the arena. For a moment, Silver Rock did not dare to make a move. He secretly thought that he was no match for him alone. However, his good friend Qing Ye had entered the core competition with him. This time, the assessment was held in the Bahuang Tower. When the time came, he and Qing Ye would work together. After all, a total of 4 people from the Winged Rock tribe and the Green Netherwolf tribe had entered the Bahuang Tower. Yunsheng and the others only had 3 people. Moreover, there was Yushang, who did not get along with Yunsheng. 4 against 2. He did not believe that he would not be able to kill Yunsheng. Silver Rock, why are you wasting your breath on this woman? I remember now. You are that bastard from the Dutian Blood Realm. A bastard from the Boundless Continent actually managed to sneak into the Bahuang clan competition of the highest standards in the Bahuang Continent. I really don't know what the Celestial Fox tribe is doing, Qing Ye of the Green Netherwolf tribe said from the side. They boasted that they were the elites of a younger generation in the Bahuang Continent. They were all very proud. Who knew that they could not even be compared to a mixed-blood bastard? They could not help but feel jealous. Who are you calling a bastard? Qing Ye had just finished speaking when a chill came from behind him. There was a cold voice behind his ear. In the next moment, young Patriarch Qing Ye's feet left the ground. What are you doing? Silver Rock was shocked, but he did not dare to go forward. Qing Ye's face was pale. Qing Ye, who was no less than 9 meters tall, was lifted up by Yi Baiming like a little chick by the neck. It turned out that Qing Ye's insults to Yunsheng had been overheard by Yi Baiming, who had just walked in. He was still dressed in black today. When he walked, the golden patterns on his sleeves flowed like flowing light. His black hair was casually tied up with a black hairband. A few strands of hair fell to the side of his face. He had an indescribable sense of indolence and elegance. However, Yi Baiming's black eyes were dense and filled with murderous intent. His index finger and thumb pinched Qing Ye's throat. He only needed to exert a little force to crush Qing Ye to death. Anyone who insulted Yunsheng would be killed. Put it down, High Priest. Don't you care about your disciple? Patriarch Qing Yin wanted to go forward, but he realized that as a martial god, he could not get close to Yi Baiming. There seemed to be an invisible wall of fighting energy around him that prevented people from getting close to him. Qing Yin had only encountered such a situation with He Yao. However, the young man in front of him was much younger than He Yao. Could it be that his strength was similar to He Yao's? Chapter 1360. Thinking that Yi Baiming's strength might be similar to He Yao's, Qing Yin dared not act rashly. He could only look to the high priest for help. Qing Yin, Master brought you in. Cultivation depends on the individual. This is a private matter between them. As elders, it's better for us not to interfere. The high priest replied indifferently. He knew that Yi Baiming always had a sense of propriety. Qing Yin was so angry that his face turned pale. He could only glare anxiously at him. You can kill me if you can. Qing Ye's face had turned purple from anger. I don't need to be capable to kill you. Yi Baiming snorted. To him, killing Qing Ye was as easy as crushing an ant. I'm cursing that woman. What does that have to do with you? Qing Ye's eyes were about to roll back. He didn't understand. He was cursing that bastard of the Celestial Fox people. What did it have to do with this malefic? She's my woman. What do you think? Yi Baiming didn't even frown. He swung his hand and flung Qing Ye away as if he was throwing trash. Qing Ye did not have the strength to retaliate. When he flung out his hand, he felt that a few of the bones in his chest had been shattered. His woman? These words were spoken in a domineering manner. The people of the Celestial Fox people, as well as the people of the 3 superior beast clans and the Behemoth tribe who had just arrived, all heard it clearly. Green and Dugu Xiu's expressions darkened. He Lin and Yu Shang's eyes were filled with jealousy. Yunsheng suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. So she had this kind of relationship with the high priest's last disciple. As for Boss Peng Feather and the rest, they looked at Yunsheng with ambiguous faces. Yunsheng blushed red, not knowing what to do with her hands and feet. That damned Yi Baiming. She told him to keep a low profile. but he ignored her completely. However, the words as woman seemed to be quite pleasant to hear. Yin Sheng felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Good job, Chilin boy. Bobo secretly gave Yi Biming a thumbs up. Yin Peng and Qing, you were so angry that they nearly vomited blood. Yin Peng helped the battered and exhausted Qing Yu up, and the two of them secretly exchanged glances. With Yi Biming around, they couldn't do anything to Yin Sheng. However, they didn't believe that after entering the Ba Huang Tower, that brat would still be able to follow behind his woman. Remember, those who insult Yin Sheng will only die. Yi Biming walked behind the high priestess without blushing. Patriarch He Yao, this man publicly insulted. Patriarch Qing Yin wanted to complain when he saw his son being humiliated, but He Yao gave him a cold stare. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He Linlin watched from the side and sneered. What a blind man. He didn't even ask about the relationship between Yi Biming and He Yao. Although He Yao didn't like Yi Biming, blood was thicker than water. He Yao was the most protective. In his opinion, he could deal with Yi Biming, but other beasts shouldn't even think about it. When He Yao saw that scene, just now, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He Yao's attitude towards Yi Biming had always been subtle. He was very angry. Yi Biming was his flesh and blood, but he didn't listen to him and disrespected his elders time and time again. However, He Yao liked this son very much at the same time. He didn't lose out to He Linlin, who had always been by his side. That was because Yi Biming's mother, Li Qingsheng, was the only woman He Yao had truly loved his life. Back then, He Yao had also treated Li Qingsheng with sincerity. Yi Biming's personality and talent were the most similar to He Yao's. In terms of feelings, he was the same as He Yao. He was very clear about love and hate. His protection of Yun Sheng reminded He Yao of himself and Li Qingsheng back then. Back then, if he had been a little more persistent and brought Li Qingsheng away from the Boundless Continent, or if he had let go of everything in the 8 Desolate Continent and lived in seclusion with Li Qingsheng, perhaps everything would have been different. Yi Biming probably wouldn't have hated his father so much. Unfortunately, she had already left. No matter how many possibilities there were, it was futile. As for Hu Qianxiu, he had mixed feelings. He looked at Yun Sheng, then at Yi Biming, then at the 9 Luan tribe's young master Lu. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that there was something wrong with the three of them. This was troublesome. So, Yun Sheng and the high priest's last disciple had that kind of relationship. That damned Yun Sheng. Why didn't she say it earlier? He had to think carefully about whether he should curry favor with the 9 Luan tribe or switch to the beast god altar. However, Hu Qianxiu immediately understood. After the 8 Desolates Tower, he would curry favor with whoever was stronger. Since everyone is here, the last round of the 8 Desolates tribe competition, the 8 Desolates Tower, should begin. Seeing that everyone was ready, the high priest took out the 8 Desolates Tower. The 8 Desolates Tower was small and exquisite in the high priest's hands. Just as everyone was curious about how to enter this plaything, the high priest waved his hand. The 8 Desolates Tower flew into the air and spun. A burst of light overflowed, and the 8 Desolates Tower was bathed in a gentle moonlight. The Ba Huang Tower continued to transform, gradually growing bigger and bigger. It fell from the sky to the ground, and with a boom, the earth shook. On the plaza, a 100-meter-tall pagoda with auspicious light appeared. But strangely, the 8 Desolates Tower didn't have any doors or windows. The entire tower looked like it was made of molten iron. After the 8 Desolates Tower appeared, the high priest drew a magic array. Let me remind everyone that the 8 Desolates Divine Tool is hidden in the 8 Desolates Tower. Your mission is to find the 8 Desolates Dark Divine Tool and break the seal. According to the time you leave the tower, the final winner will be determined. The high priest announced the situation of the 8 Desolates Tower. As for the structure of the 8 Desolates Tower, where the 8 Desolates Dark Divine Tool was hidden, and what the seal was like, even the high priest didn't know. After all, after the 8 Desolates Tower was built, other than the ancient 8 Desolates tribe's ancestors, no one else knew the structure of the 8 Desolates Tower. At the same time, He also told everyone that those who didn't obtain the 8 Desolates Dark Divine tool didn't need to worry, because in a month's time, he would teleport the losers out. Hearing the High Priest's words, everyone's expression slightly relaxed. I wish everyone good luck and obtain the 8 Desolates Dark Divine tool as soon as possible, the High Priest said and retreated to the side. The people of the 8 beast tribes walked into the magic array one by one. The first was the Black Chelan tribe, the Ninluan tribe, the D clan, and then the beast god altar. Yun Sheng and the others were the second last to enter the 8 Desolates Tower. After all, the 20 or so core contestants of the 8 Desolates tribe competition entered the 8 Desolates Tower. The magic array that entered the 8 Desolates Tower was like a candle flame that was blown out by the wind, instantly disappearing. And at the bottom of the 8 Desolates Tower, more than 20 different colored bright spots appeared. Chapter 1361. The bright spots that appeared on the first level of the Bahuang Tower represented the different beast clans of the 8 major beast clans according to their color. I wonder who will be the first to come out this time, the High Priest said with a smile. From what I see, it has to be young clan leader He Lin and High Priest Closed-Door disciples. Both of them are dragons and phoenixes among men. They will definitely be able to take the lead. Hu Qinxiu flattered by the side. Hu Qinxiu, there should be a limit to your flattery. Why do you have to boost others' morale and diminish your own? Don't you want the Celestial Fox tribe to come out first? Clan leader Li Pa could not bear to see Hu Qinxiu's face and sneered. Those 3 silly little girls can't even reach the stage. How can they be compared to the few young clan leaders? Although Hu Qinxiu said that his fox-like eyes kept glancing at the Bahuang Tower from time to time, looking at the bright white spots that represented Yin Sheng and the others. At this moment, the 20 or so bright spots had begun to move. Inside the Bahuang Tower, Yun Sheng and the others felt the ground beneath their feet shift. The square disappeared, and an open space appeared in front of them. As soon as everyone stepped out of the magic array, it disappeared. In the next month, unless someone could successfully pass the level, everyone could only stay in the tower. Fortunately, everyone was skilled. With the help of pills, it was not a big deal to not eat or drink for a month. Compared to the Bahuang Tower's gorgeous exterior, the inside of the tower was very simple. Although there were no doors or windows, the inside of the tower was bright, as if there was an illuminating magic array operating continuously. When Yun Sheng entered the Bahuang Tower, she had the illusion that she had entered the magic tower of the Royal Academy. This was because the spiritual power in the Bahuang Tower was much more than in the outside world. It must be because the imitation Bahuang divine instrument had been kept in the Bahuang Tower for so many years. This tower is so big. Lu Yunchuang opened her eyes and looked around. More than 20 people stood in the tower, but did not seem crowded at all. The others were also speechless. Yin Sheng, on the other hand, did not feel anything strange. Speaking of which, the Bahuang Tower was somewhat similar to the Linglong Beast Tower in her possession. They could both expand and shrink at will. The challenge had not officially begun, but another battle had already begun. After the 20 or so people entered the Beast Tower, they spontaneously dispersed and stood with their respective factions, guarding against each other. The High Priest had already explained the rules of the challenge. Whoever obtained the 8 Desolation Dark Divine Artifacts first would be the winner. However, there were only 8 Desolation Dark Divine Artifacts. There were over 20 of them. If they wanted to obtain the limited number of divine artifacts, they would have to fight. Especially towards the end, even if they were of the same race, they would compete to see who was better. Forming an alliance early would help to increase the chances of success. This was especially true for the Green Tooth and Silver Rock clans. Their clans had the least number of people. If they did not work together, they would definitely suffer. Bahuang, Bahuang, Bahuang. The Bahuang, 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 and Bahuang, Bahuang, Bahuang had the Bahuang, Bahuang, Bahuang. Purple of the D clan walked to Green's side. The animosity between them had been resolved. When she saw Purple and Green standing together, the expression of the young patriarch of the Beeman clan, Rita, turned gloomy. Hei Linlin glanced at the three people on the beast god altar. Her meaning was clear. The other two disciples of the beast god altar immediately understood and walked to Hei Linlin's side. However, Yi Baiming walked to Yun Sheng's side. Yi Baiming, you chose her? Believe it or not, I can kill her right now. Hei Linlin was very dissatisfied. She put down her status and took the initiative to show goodwill, but this man didn't appreciate it. How dare you? Yi Baiming, Duguxiu, and Green spoke at almost the same time. Hei Linlin was taken aback by the agreement of the three of them. Her complexion became even more unsightly. She had forgotten that Yun Sheng was a woman who was good at seduction. These men were all fascinated by her. Young patriarch Hei Linlin, why don't we team up? Yu Sheng had long disliked Yun Sheng, especially now that she saw Yi Baiming, the reincarnation of Yixiu, only have eyes for Yun Sheng. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to work with me? Hei Linlin didn't even look at Yu Sheng. Her words made Yu Sheng feel embarrassed. Hei Linlin hated Celestial Fox. In her opinion, any Celestial Fox was bad. She had noticed that Yu Sheng's gaze had been on Yi Baiming ever since they entered the Eight Wastelands Tower. Yu Sheng was so angry that her face turned red. Miss Yu Sheng, if you don't mind, you can team up with us. Silver Rock had long coveted Yu Sheng's beauty. Now that he had a chance to please the beauty, he was naturally more than happy to do so. Yun Sheng and Lu Yinshuang were not at all surprised by Yu Sheng's betrayal. In fact, they were glad that this woman had left the camp early to avoid backstabbing them. Bobo, Boss Peng Yu, and the others followed their earlier discussion with Yun Sheng. They did not acknowledge Yun Sheng, but chose to team up with the Behemoth tribe for the time being. As a result, the original 9 factions were divided into 5 groups. Black Qilin and the Beast God Altar, Green and Z, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, Behemoth and the Chinese, and Silver Rock and Yushang. After each tribe was divided into groups, they began to look around, thinking of ways to get to the upper levels. That's strange. Why isn't there a staircase? Didn't they say there were 8 wastelands, divine weapons? Everyone walked around the tower. Yinsheng also found it strange. She secretly checked the 8 wastelands divine weapons in her beast language ring. The 8 wastelands divine weapons did not move. Just then, young clan leader Rita of the Behemoth tribe stepped on something. There was a loud thud in the tower. The originally ordinary-looking ceiling suddenly split in the middle, and a pitch-black starry sky appeared in front of everyone. Look, there's something up there. Someone yelled. Suddenly, many stars appeared in the starry sky. After a series of whistling sounds, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. What's that? Like bats in the dark night or countless moths. Countless keys appeared in the starry sky of the 8 Wastelands Tower. These keys were about the same size and shape. Each key had magical wings or combat chi wings. When they saw these keys, everyone was stunned. There were so many of these keys, and they looked so special that no one had ever seen them before. These winged keys must have something to do with entering the next level of the 8 Wastelands Tower. Ha! Young clan leader Green, it seems like even the heavens are helping us this time. Silver Rock was excited when he saw those winged keys. Although the people here could transform magical wings or combat chi wings, in terms of agility, they were no match for Juluan and Peng Yu who were born as birds. Those keys flying in the air looked small and nimble. They were not easy to snatch. If you're interested, you can go first. Green shook his head. Chapter 1362. Green was much more cautious than Silver Rock. He felt that there was something wrong with these mysterious keys. Silver Rock thought that Green did not dare to go forward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qingya, just you wait. I'll take your share as well. Silver Rock was full of confidence. He and his subordinate, another rock warrior, immediately transformed into a bird and flew into the sky to snatch a key. Green and a few other 9 Wan warriors looked at the 2 rock warriors and flew up. His expression was somewhat deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Yunsheng subconsciously looked at the beast speech ring. Her Octotera divine weapons did not react. She thought that these keys would be related to the Octiterra divine weapons, but now it seemed that there was no connection. Yunsheng guessed that these keys should be clues to find the Octiterra divine weapons of darkness. At this moment, Silver Rock and a rock warrior had already flown into the sky. Beside that Pung feather warrior, a key flew past with a so sound. The key flapped its wings and emitted a dim light. The rock warrior was overjoyed. His 5 fingers hooked and grabbed the key's wings. Seeing that he had caught the key, the rock warrior cried out in joy, "Young patriarch, I caught it." "Very good. Give the key to this young patriarch." Silver Rock's eyes shone with greed. But at this moment, the key in the rock warrior's hand suddenly let out a shrill cry. "Ga!" The sharp sound made Silver Rock warrior feel a dull pain in his head. He focused his eyes and found that the so-called key had unknowingly turned into a green-eyed bat with sharp teeth. The bat was only the size of small white mouse and liked to eat human flesh. After biting the rock warrior's hand, he could not shake it off no matter how hard he tried. After the bat let out a warning sound, the keys in the sky also let out a shrill cry and turned into a large number of bat-like demonic beasts. There were so many of them that people could not help but be scared out of their wits. Seeing this scene, Silver Rock was so scared that he could not flap his wings and fell from the sky. "Help!" The rock warrior's voice became weaker and weaker. In the end, he was completely surrounded by the bats. His voice soon disappeared. By the time the swarm of bats dispersed, not even a single bone was left. A living person had been devoured, skin and bones included, just like that. When the crowd saw this scene, they were also shocked. This was especially true for the 9 Phoenix race's warriors. Earlier, they were still grumbling in their hearts about why the feathery Pung race had taken the lead. Now that they saw this scene, they all rejoiced. Otherwise, they would be the ones who would be left without a corpse. A foul smell wafted over. Everyone looked over and saw that the Silver Rock Young clan leader was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. "Useless thing." Hei Lin frowned in disgust. After those bats ate the human flesh, they turned back into keys and flew around the starry sky of the 8 desolate tower. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that these keys were actually terrifying, man-eating, vicious beasts. That rock warrior was able to enter the core competition. His strength was also not bad. He was at least a martial saint. However, in front of these mysterious demonic beasts that were only the size of small white mice, he was unable to resist at all. This caused everyone's expression to become serious. The teeth of those bat-like demonic beasts are poisonous. Once a person comes in contact with it, their entire body will be paralyzed. It will be very difficult to gather battle chi and magic power. Yunsheng suddenly said, after watching from the side for a moment, "Why do you need to say so much? It's not like we don't have eyes. We all have the antidote on us." Hei Lin said unhappily. Only Yunsheng knew medicine here. She was also the only one who could see that the bats were poisonous. These bats are demonic beasts left behind from ancient times. "Do you think your antidote will work?" Bobo snorted. "Hei Lin, now is not the time to argue. Yunsheng, do you have the antidote on you?" Green knew that Yunsheng's medical skills were not ordinary. She walked forward and asked gently, "Of course I have the antidote. However, since some people don't care, why should I meddle in other people's business?" Yunsheng said very leisurely. The poison of the ancient demonic beasts was somewhat different from the poison of the current 8 Desolates continent. If there were witch doctors or light magicians present, perhaps there would be a way. Unfortunately, these were all warriors and magicians who did not know medicine. However, Yunsheng had the immortal Holy Grail in her hands. She believed that with the water of life, she would definitely be able to detoxify the poison. "I don't believe that there isn't a bitch like you." Hei Lin was about to open her mouth to curse when she saw Yi Biming behind Yunsheng looking at her coldly. She opened her mouth, but could only swallow the words that were about to come out. "You guys take the antidote and go up together." Hei Lin still believed that those transformative bat keys were the key to entering the 2nd floor of the 8 Desolates Tower. What Hei Lin was talking about were the 3 black Qilin warriors other than Duguxiu. Duguxiu was the vice chief, and He Linlin could not order him around. Those three black Qilin warriors had bitter expressions on their faces. However, they could not go against their young chief's words. Thus, they could only brace themselves. After taking the antidote, the three of them transformed their battle chi into wings and rushed toward those flying keys. The black Qilin warriors were naturally not comparable to the Featherpong clan's warriors. As soon as they went up, they activated their battle chi defense, preventing those flying keys from getting too close. One of them threw a punch at the flying keys. Not long after, the three warriors retreated in a sorry state. Young chief, it's not enough. One of them was even injured. Although he had taken the antidote, the blood on that warrior's arm had already turned jet black. The area between his eyebrows had also turned black. The antidote could only slow down the reaction of the poison. It could not cure the poison. Hey Linlin, look at what you've done. After Duguxiu went up to check, his expression darkened. This woman was too concerned about her face. If you have the antidote, hand it over. Hey Linlin was somewhat regretful in her heart. She did not expect that those seemingly unremarkable bats would have such a powerful poison. How laughable. Young chief, with your attitude, are you begging me? Yinsheng said indifferently. I'm not begging you. I'm ordering you. He Linlin was about to explode from anger. If they were outside the 8 Desolates Tower, she would really want to fight this woman. Ordering? Hey Linlin, watch your words. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to order Yinsheng? Yi Baiming's eyes narrowed dangerously. Enough. Yinsheng, if your antidote is truly useful, it's better to share with others. Otherwise, it won't be easy to leave the 8 Desolates Tower. Duguxiu sighed. He could only go up and mediate. Chapter 1363. Yinsheng naturally wouldn't fall out with this group of people. She still planned to borrow their strength to enter the second floor of the 8 Wastelands Tower. However, she definitely wouldn't let trash like He Linlin have it easy. I do have the antidote, but there's no free lunch in this world. If you want the antidote, sure. Whoever wants it, hand over a city in your tribal country. 1 city per person. Yinsheng didn't dawdle. She stretched out a finger and waved it in front of everyone. 1 city? Even though Duguxiu already knew that Yinsheng was a greedy person, he thought that she would ask for tens or hundreds of thousands of purple gold coins and ask for an exorbitant price. However, he did not expect that this woman would directly ask for a city. This was too much of a scam. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, resisted the urge to laugh out loud. This little wildcat was too mean. Such big words. A lowly celestial fox dares to ask for a city. In your dreams. He Linlin sneered. I've decided. Black Qilin tribe, 2 cities per person. I'll increase the price every time you scold me. Yinsheng wasn't angry. Instead, she revealed a charming smile. You bitch, I'll kill you. He Linlin was really enraged at this moment. 3 cities per person. Yinsheng still had a satisfied look on his face. Others might have some leeway, but He Linlin couldn't do anything to Yinsheng who didn't eat meat or vegetables. Young tribe leader, vice tribe leader, he can't hold on any longer. The injured black Qilin tribe warrior was already out of breath. He looked like he was about to die. Hey Linlin, think carefully. You were the one who started this. If an elite dies because of your stupidity and we're all trapped in the 8 Wastelands Tower, how are you going to explain it when we get out? Duguxiu could only pull He Linlin and whisper in her ear. He Linlin's face was gloomy. After her impulse, she regretted it. Although Duguxiu's words weren't pleasant to hear, they were the truth. If news of this were to spread, her reputation as the young master of the clan would surely plummet. Although the price of a city was a little high, the Black Qilin tribe was the largest tribe among the Bakr orcs. There were no less than 1,000 cities in their territory. Yinsheng did not specify which city she wanted. At most, she would just give her a few broken cities when the time came. After He Linlin figured it out, she glared at Yinsheng. We have a total of 5 people. The Black Qilin tribe is willing to exchange 15 cities for the antidote. Duguxiu was also very depressed. 5 bottles of antidote, But before you take the antidote, write a receipt first. Yin Sheng immediately took out a brush and ink from the beast language ring. She watched as Dugu Xiu's face darkened as he wrote down the agreement for 15 cities. Yin Sheng immediately put on a smiling face and handed over 5 bottles of life water. You better not lie to us. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you today. He Lin took the antidote and threw it to the poison warrior. Under everyone's gaze, the blood of the warrior who drank the antidote gradually returned to red, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. It really is the antidote. The other Bakra orcs saw it and believed it. Yin Sheng, our beaming tribe, is also willing to exchange 3 cities for the antidote. Li Pa was also very straightforward. She also wrote a receipt. Our 9 Luan tribe is also the same. Green was also used to Yin Sheng's actions and also signed a receipt. Our D. Purple led his men and was about to say something. 2 cities each. Yin Sheng did not forget that Purple wanted Chan Xin to harm her. She loved to hold grudges. Violet gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to write down the agreement to cede 10 cities. Miss Yin, we don't have any cities. Bobo, Boss Pengyu, and Queen Knight Demon all held back their laughter and walked forward. Forget it if you don't have any cities. Take the antidote. Yin Sheng was very generous this time. She looked at the beastmen who had bought the antidote earlier with constipated expressions. We also want 3 sets of antidote. Green Tooth and Silver Rock also followed. The 2 young tribe leaders are also interested in the antidote. That's fine too. The others will each get 1 city. However, the 2 of you will get 5 cities each. Yin Sheng gestured with her hands. Based on what? The others only have 3 cities at most. Silver Rock and Azure Tooth choked on their words. The 2 of you are the young tribe leaders and are second to none in the tribe. How can you compare with the others? Besides, the other tribes have more people and you have fewer people. There is no profit. Yin Sheng looked like a Philistine. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such a shameless person. Everyone was speechless. At the side, Purple, He Lin, and the others felt a little better when they saw Silver Rock and the others being taken advantage of. However, Yin Sheng was overjoyed. Dozens of cities were in her hands, just like that. Boss Pengyu and the others had tribes, but no cities. These cities could be put under the name of the Chinese. I don't have any territory to give you. Yu Shang hated Yin Sheng for doing this. However, she was not a great witch doctor and did not know how to cure poison. Moreover, she was alone. Don't worry, we are from the same tribe. I won't take too much advantage of you. It's fine if you don't have any cities. 100 slaps, and I'll give you 1 set of antidote. Yin Sheng shrugged, as if she was at a disadvantage. Yin Sheng, Yu Shang turned pale. What are you talking about? You know the rules. 100 slaps is considered a light punishment. Yin Sheng sneered. Yu Shang was so proud. How could she be humiliated in front of Yin Sheng? She looked at Yin Peng with resentment. Yin Peng wanted to save her. However, when he thought of Yin Sheng's high price of 5 cities, he did not know how his father would punish him if he gave up. Thinking of this, Yin Peng could only harden his heart and not look at the beauty's pleading eyes. Yu Shang was infuriated. She was someone who had lived twice. She knew that she could not afford to provoke Yin Sheng, the ungrateful wretch. All right, 100 slaps. I'll accept it. Yu Shang rolled up her sleeves and prepared to do it. Wait, how can you let Miss Yu Shang do this? I'm willing to do it for you. Bobo, who had been watching from the side for a long time, immediately jumped out. Bobo and the others were in disguise, so they were not afraid that Yu Shang would recognize them. Yin Sheng's mouth twitched when she saw Bobo's eager expression. Thinking of Bobo's strange strength, Yu Shang's clothes would be torn to shreds after 100 slaps. Ahem, that's it. I'll have to trouble this lady to do it for me. Yin Sheng could not bear it anymore. She leaned on Yi Baiming, her black eyes flashing with mischief. Then I'll start. Left face or right face first? She chuckled and approached Yu Shang like an evil witch. Chapter 1364. All right, you could do it. Yu Shang was secretly delighted that Yin Sheng wasn't going to do it herself. As long as Yin Sheng didn't do it herself. She could use the corpse puppet technique to control the Chinese woman who'd volunteered. Popo walked up to her and rolled up her sleeves. Yushang secretly used the corpse puppet technique. Slap. The slap was crisp and loud. Yushang's egg-like face immediately puffed up like a balloon. Yushang was completely dumbfounded. The corpse puppet technique didn't work? If the corpse puppet technique didn't work, then she'd use the puppet technique. Yushang gritted her teeth. Slap. Another slap. The puppet technique didn't work at all. Yushang's face was completely pale. She looked at Popo as if she was looking at a ghost. What's the background of this Hua woman? Why didn't the corpse puppet technique or the puppet technique work on her? Yushang naturally didn't know that Popo wasn't under the Celestial Fox's control because the Celestial Fox's inheritance was a beast's inheritance. It could only be used on people or beasts who were equal to the beasts. But Popo was different. She was a world deity. Although she was still a half-baked world deity, her divine body was unique in the entire mortal world. Yushang's schemes didn't work on her at all. 98 more. For the first time, Popo found that it was incomparably enjoyable to abuse someone. After 100 slaps, Yushang's face couldn't be described with human words. Everyone looked at Bobo in a different light. When the Chinese had entered the core competition as a dark horse, the other beast clans, especially the Black Shilin tribe, had thought that they'd hit the jackpot. Other than Yishi, who'd fought against the Silver Rock Warrior, Rock Feather and Popo's performance hadn't been outstanding. However, everyone knew Yushang's strength. Her puppet technique was unparalleled. But today, she'd been beaten to a pulp by a little girl. After 100 slaps, Yushang hated Yunsheng and Popo to the core. Yunsheng was a woman of her word. She also gave the water of life to Yushang. Although they already had the antidote to save their lives, there were too many keys. Green and the others transformed into magic wings one after another and snatched a few keys. However, the 8 Wastelands Tower starry skies still did not change. Outside the 8 Wastelands Tower, a few desolate patriarchs were paying close attention to the changes in the points of light within the tower. After the initial movement, the light dots that represented the group moved much less. It looked like they were still. After a while, the light spot disappeared. A member of the winged Peng race has been sacrificed. The high priest muttered to himself. Hearing that, Peng Wanli's expression suddenly changed. There were only 2 winged rocks, but they couldn't tell which one was the silver Peng and which one was the other winged rocks. High priest, is Bahuang Tower very dangerous? Peng Wanli was worried about his only son and asked. Peng Wanli, although the 8 Wastelands divine artifact in Bahuang Tower is an imitation, its power is no less than the dark 8 Wastelands divine artifact from the Boundless Land. Your son isn't there to play. It's normal for anyone from the 8 Wastelands to die, He Yao said angrily. Peng Wanli could only dejectedly retreat halfway. After witnessing this scene, the other beast race patriarchs also became worried. They looked at the Octaterra Tower with worried expressions. The situation inside the pagoda was not much better than outside. Everyone had a nervous look on their faces. Where is the Octaterra divine artifact? If this continues, how long will it take? Everyone was frowning. It had been a day and a night since they entered Bahuang Tower, but there were no changes in the 8 Wastelands starry sky. Were they going to spend a month here? It's still not working. Liu Yinshuang also went forward to grab the keys a few times, but she did not find anything. Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and Du Guxiu did not make a move. They just watched coldly from the sidelines. What did you find? Yi Baiming saw that Yun Sheng had been staring at the starry sky. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. I remember a place, Yin Sheng muttered. Opposite them, Yu Shang's eyes also lit up. Her face had recovered after drinking the spring of life, but she was still very angry. So, even though she had discovered something, she did not say anything. The ancient seal, Du Guxiu suddenly said. Obviously, like them, Du Guxiu had also discovered something. When Yun Sheng and the others entered the ancient seal, on the surface, there were many 8 Wastelands inheritances in the ancient seal. However, The most important 8 wastelands inheritances were only revealed after all the inheritance pillars had been plundered. You mean to say that we might find something after we search all of these keys? Green and the others were still a little skeptical. The ancient seal and the 8 wastelands tower were both built by the ancestors of the ancient Bakr-orcs. I believe they have something in common. Rather than waiting for death, we might as well take a gamble. Yunsheng also agreed with Dugu Xiu's idea. Yushang snorted coldly and reluctantly agreed. There are so many keys. When will we be able to capture all of them? Won't we be exhausted? Rita frowned as she looked at the densely packed keys. So, we have to gather everyone's strength. My idea is to form groups of 2. One person will be responsible for attracting the attention of the keys, and the other will be responsible for capturing the keys. We have to clear all the keys as soon as possible. Yunsheng's idea received the support of most people. Soon, the group separated. Yunsheng was naturally in the same group as Yi Baiming. As for Rita, she was surprisingly in the same group as Purple. When she saw this arrangement, Purple frowned. Her cool face did not change at all. However, Rita blushed, which was a rare sight. After drinking their respective water of life, everyone formed groups of 2 and flew toward the starry sky of the 8 Wastelands Tower. Soon, the 2 worked together and showed signs of not getting tired. After a day and night of hard work, it was the morning of the 3rd day. Everyone landed on the ground. Finally, we've cleared all these damn keys. Yunsheng was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. Not long after the keys disappeared, the originally pitch-black starry sky suddenly emitted many rays of light that illuminated the entire starry sky. In the starry sky, dozens of dazzling rays of light that looked like shooting stars swept across the starry sky. Those rays of light all carried keys. Grab those keys. As soon as Yunsheng finished speaking, Yi Baiming leaped up. His figure was as fast as lightning. His figure swayed a few times in the air like a ghost, and he grabbed the meteor keys that had just appeared in his hand. Chapter 1365. It was different from the other flying keys. This new remote 8 Wasteland Ghost key did not transform into a demonic beast. However, after Yi Baiming obtained the key, something strange happened to the key. Whoosh! A white light enveloped Yi Baiming. Night Fox. Yunsheng was shocked and instinctively grabbed Yi Baiming's hand. A magic array appeared in the white light, and Yunsheng and Yi Baiming disappeared at the same time. Yi Baiming, Yunsheng, He Linlin, and Lu Yunshuang cried out at the same time. The others had strange expressions on their faces, especially Bobo, who almost cried out. Fortunately, she was stopped by Boss Pengyu. There are many more keys above. They must lead to the upper levels of the remote 8 Wasteland Tower. Let's fight for them together. The others had different expressions on their faces, but they quickly understood. It seemed that what Yunsheng said earlier was true. Those flying keys that could transform into demonic beasts were only used to fool people. The real keys to enter the remote 8 Wasteland Tower were the ones that appeared last. It'll be fine. They've probably just been teleported to different floors of the remote 8 Wasteland Tower. Queen Knight Demon comforted Bobo softly. She was right. Master had a natal contract with her. If something happened to Master, she would definitely know. Bobo thought of this and breathed a sigh of relief. Later, everyone will fight for the flying keys. We may be separated. You two have to take care of yourselves. Bobo calmed down a little and looked up at the magic array, flying keys flying all over the sky. He Linlin and the others had already flown forward to snatch the keys. Like Yi Baiming, after everyone grabbed a key, they were teleported to an unknown place by the magic array hidden in the key. Almost everyone had left. Only then did Bobo, Boss Pengyu, and the others each snatch a magic array flying key. After everyone had been teleported away, the last few rays of light in the starry sky disappeared. Outside the Bahuang Tower, most of the onlookers had already left. Only a few clan leaders insisted on staying outside. On the first floor, the different colored dots of light that represented the different tribes gradually decreased. As the dots of light disappeared, Different colored dots of light appeared on the other floors of the Ba Huang Tower. The patriarchs couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. They looked at the dots of light with different colors that appeared on different floors with joy on their faces. It seems that they have already entered the upper levels of the Ba Huang Tower. The high priest nodded. That's not right, high priest. There are a total of 8 Desolation Dark artifacts. If the first floor doesn't contain any 8 Desolation Dark artifacts, then there are only 7 floors left. There seems to be 1 8 Desolation Dark artifact missing. Patriarch Lipa, who looked rough on the outside, suddenly realized that something was wrong. I'm not sure about that. The 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact has always been in the 8 Desolate Tower. The High Priest was also puzzled. He thought that the first level of the 8 Wastelands Tower would also have the 8 Wastelands Dark artifact. From the looks of it, there were only teleportation arrays on the first floor. Now, other than the first floor, there were more or less dots of light on each floor. From the dots of light on each floor, most of the beasts were distributed on the same floor. For example, the black that represented the Black Qilin tribe was concentrated on the 7th floor. The green that represented the 9 Luan tribe was concentrated on the 6th floor. As for the Peng Feather tribe and the Green Netherwolf tribe, they were distributed on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Of course, there were some exceptions, but they were in the minority. Seeing such distribution, most of the Bakra Orcs patriarchs were disappointed. On the same floor, it meant that there would be competition between the same tribe, and it would be more intense. They could only obtain 1 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact. But among these beasts, there were also individual dots of light that were distributed on different floors. For example, the white dot of light and the golden dot that represented the beast god altar. Hu Qinxiu was also nervous. When he saw the 3 dots of light that represented the celestial fox tribe scattered on different floors, and they were on the 4th, 7th, and 8th floors, Hu Qinxiu's face couldn't help but show joy. The other beasts' patriarchs couldn't help but envy Hu Qinxiu. The beast god altar was one thing, but even the heavenly fox tribe of the lower-level beasts had the chance to obtain 3 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifacts. Their luck was simply too good. On the highest floor, there are 2 dots of light. Looking at the color, they seem to be from the beast god altar and the celestial fox tribe. I just don't know which 2 lucky ones they are. The 9 Luan tribe patriarch said meaningfully. Everyone knew that the higher the floor, the higher the level of the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact that represented the seal. No matter if it was the beast god altar or the celestial fox tribe that entered the 8th floor, it meant that the highest level of the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact was most likely in the hands of one of the 2. But the people in the 8 Desolate Tower knew nothing about this. On the highest floor, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming were forcefully brought over by the magic array. That's the Dark War God's halberd. In front of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, there was a magic display window. Inside the magic display window was a pair of pitch-black Qilin arms. In the continent, only Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and Dugu Xiu knew that the Dark War God's halberd was a Qilin arm. Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu each obtained a Dark War God's Qilin arm. But because the Dark War God's halberd was incomplete, the 2 were unable to use the Dark War God's halberd to its fullest potential. Who would have thought that this time, entering the 8 Desolate Tower, Yi Baiming would encounter the Dark War God's halberd? The enchantment on that magic display window is very strong. Retreat to the side, I'll open it. Yi Baiming's eyes flashed as he took a deep breath. Boom! A heavy punch was thrown at the magic display window. Who would have thought that with this punch, not only would the magic display window shatter, but it also didn't even have a crack or dent. Yi Baiming's eyes changed as a hint of provocation appeared on his lips. With a shake of his right hand, countless golden scales appeared on his right hand. This punch was like a meteor. With one punch, the magic on the magic display window fluctuated continuously. Yun Sheng could feel that the entire floor of the tower seemed to be shaking. But after a series of aftershocks, the magic display window regained its calmness. The Dark War God's halberd was still lying in the display window. Drip, drip, drip. Fresh blood dripped from Yi Baiming's right hand. Yi Baiming couldn't help but change his expression. The magic display window in the 8 desolate tower was actually so powerful. He had used a portion of the Dark War God's halberd's power, but he still couldn't shake it in the slightest. Night Fox, don't be rash. Let me try my magic attack. Yunsheng stared at Yi Baiming with a pained expression. This guy really didn't care about his own body. Yes, madam. Feeling the anger and deep concern in Yunsheng's tone, Yi Baiming's lips curled up as he teased. I have a monthly vote. Vote. Chapter 1366. Yunsheng did not react when she heard the word madam. Although she and Yi Baiming were husband and wife, they'd always refer to each other as Night Fox and Little Wildcat. She could not help but blush when she heard the word madam. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Yunsheng spat at Yi Baiming. Her face was flushed, and she looked indescribably coquettish. Yi Baiming could not help but laugh. Yunsheng wanted to treat Yi Baiming's injury, but she saw that the wound on his right hand had disappeared. After the life and death talisman was implanted in my body, my healing ability was stronger than before. Yi Baiming seemed to be deep in thought. That thing is still a magical weapon. You'd better use it less. Yunsheng had a bad feeling when she thought of the origin of the life and death talisman that Baby had mentioned earlier. Since the attack of the halberd of the divine battle god had no effect on the magical window, Yunsheng decided to use magical attacks instead. 4 different colored magical elements appeared between Yunsheng's fingers. Red, blue, green, and yellow magical elements intertwined to form a powerful 4-sided lightning vortex. After Yunsheng had obtained the magic bracelet, she had added wind and earth magical elements to the foundation of the original profound lightning vortex's water and fire magical elements. The destructive power of the new 4-sided lightning vortex was at least several times stronger than the previous profound lightning vortex. It was also comparable to Yi Baiming's attack with the halberd of the divine battle god. Seeing the 4-colored magical elements intertwined in Yunsheng's hands, Yi Baiming sighed. Even Yi Baiming could not achieve such a fusion of magical elements. An ordinary mage's arm would be blown to smithereens as soon as they came into contact with magic elements of opposite attributes, let alone fusing them. However, Yunsheng was able to resist the 4 major magic elements because of her Trillium Hand and Jade Marrow technique. Go! Yunsheng waved her hand, and the 4 elements' magic lightning vortex spun like a top, flying towards the magic display window. It was like an electric drill that kept hitting and eroding the magic window. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming couldn't help but hold their breaths. Boom! Just when Yunsheng thought that the 4-sided lightning vortex would be able to shatter the magic window, the vortex exploded. Magic elements scattered in all directions, but the magic window remained motionless. How can this be? Yunsheng didn't expect that their continuous attacks wouldn't be able to break this magic window. He had tried magic and battle techniques, but none of them worked. This time, the two were also at their wits' end. I wonder how the others are doing? Yunsheng frowned and looked at the magic window helplessly. In different levels of the 8 Wastelands Tower, the other warriors of the 8 Wastelands Tower were also in a similar situation as Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. However, compared to Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, who were on the 8th level, the power of the magic windows on different levels of the tower was also very different. The higher the level, the stronger the magic windows were. The magic windows on Yunsheng and Yi Baiming's level were undoubtedly the most difficult to break. However, unlike Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, before the magic windows were broken, a fight between the same race and another race unfolded on the other levels. It was unknown whether it was because of the temptation of the 8 Wastelands of Darkness or because they thought of the fame and success after success, but most of them lost their minds. Their status in the race, their strength, and their status seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. This situation was also unexpected by the High Priest and the other clan leaders who had sent everyone into the 8 Wastelands Tower earlier. Looking at the light dots that represented their warriors in the 8 Wastelands Tower, the expressions on the faces of the clan leaders were very strange. This was especially so for the Pung clan leader. When he saw the light that represented the silver rock disappear, he roared angrily and was about to rush into the 8 Wastelands Tower. The high priest had no choice but to use a restriction spell to trap the Pung clan leader. The Pung clan leader, who was trapped in the magic restriction, roared in pain like a trapped beast. Damned 8 Wastelands Tower! High priest, what are your intentions? Give me back my son's life. The other clan leaders also had different expressions. Although they were not like the Silver Rock, who had lost his son directly, almost all of their elites had died. What kind of secret was in the 8 Wastelands Tower? Or did the 8 Wastelands of Darkness have some kind of unspeakable power that made people lose their minds and kill each other? Pung clan leader, the 8 Wastelands Tower is hell on earth. Those who can come out of it are all experts among experts. It not only tests a person's strength, but also their temperament. I am also very sorry that the Silver Rock clan's young master did not pass the test. The 2 warriors of the beast god altar had also been killed. However, the high priest's expression was still cold. It was as if the deaths of those 2 were nothing in his eyes. The high priest is correct. Pung clan leader, you can leave now. He Yao issued a callous order for him to leave. The death of the Silver Rock clan's young master meant that the Pung clan had lost the qualifications to be a middle beast clan and had become a lower beast clan. Pung Wanli hung his head dispiritedly as he was helped away by several Pung clan guards. Time passed day by day, but still no one came out of the 8 Wastelands Tower. Fortunately, the number of light dots in the different floors of the 8 Wastelands Tower did not decrease. This continued until the 25th day. On the 8th floor, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming sat cross-legged back to back. The 2 of them were exhausted. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming had tried many times, but without exception, they all failed. Time in the 8 Wastelands Tower was dull and monotonous. Could it be that they had to wait until the end of the month and leave the 8 Wastelands Tower? Because they were on the 8th floor, they could not contact the outside world. Yunsheng did not know how the others were doing. However, there was one thing that Yunsheng was certain of. Bo, Night Demon Queen, and the others were still alive. Night Fox, it is actually quite good to stay in the 8 Wastelands Tower. Yunsheng said faintly. A hand appeared behind her. Yi Baiming held her in his embrace. You must be tired these days. With me here, everything will be fine. Yi Baiming understood what Yunsheng meant. The 2 of them, from the first time they met to the many times they were separated, had experienced hardships that normal people could not imagine. After so many years, it was only in this half a month that the 2 of them had the chance to truly live a peaceful life alone. Although there was nothing in the 8 Wastelands Tower, she had him and he had her. This was better than anything else. Here, there was no blood feud between the Wuji continent and the 8 Wastelands continent. There was also no hatred between humans and beasts. There was also no ancient forbidden curse. There was only peace and mutual dependence. In their eyes, there was only the reflection of each other. It was as if this moment had become an eternity. Chapter 1367. The 2 of them enjoyed this tranquil time that they had never experienced before. Night Fox, if we can't be together in the future, will you forget? Before Yun Sheng could finish her sentence, the man's breath drowned her. After a passionate kiss, Yun Sheng was panting. Her eyes were blurred as she stared at the handsome face in front of her. It was so handsome that it hurt her eyes. Yun Sheng, I will never leave you for the rest of my life. You're not allowed to leave me either. I will think of a way to remove the ancient forbidden curse myself. I still want to have many children with you. Maybe we can consider having 8 or 10. Yi Baiming rested his chin on Yun Sheng's cheek. He had stayed in Bahuang Tower for over 20 days. Stubble had grown on his smooth chin. It was hard and itchy as it rubbed against Yun Sheng's face. Bah, who wants to have 8 or 10 children with you? Do you think I'm a sow? When Yun Sheng heard this, her face turned even redder. She angrily refused to let Yi Baiming rub against her face, but the man took the opportunity to steal a kiss. With such a beautiful sow like you, all the men in the world would be willing to be male pigs. Looking at her flushed face, Yi Baiming thought about how after leaving Bahuang Tower, there would still be two stupid pigs, Green and Dugu Xiu, who would fight with him for a woman. He was filled with anger. I've already thought about it. Our first child should be Sir's daughter. Give birth to a daughter who is as beautiful and mischievous as you. As for the name, let's call her Yunsheng. I want our daughter to be like the bright moon in the sky and unparalleled in the world. Yi Baiming reached out with his long arm and pulled Yunsheng into his embrace. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it's not my problem. It's your problem as a man. Medical science says that there's a 50-50 chance. Seeing Yi Baiming's mind run wild, Yunsheng was both angry and amused. She couldn't help but put on a doctor's face. Probability? What's that? Yi Baiming looked at the woman who was grinning wickedly. This little woman, the longer he knew her, the more he couldn't figure out her thoughts. Yi Baiming admitted that he liked Yunsheng because she was different from others. Yunsheng suddenly sighed. She and Yi Baiming had gone through so many life and death situations together. Her heart had long accepted Yi Baiming, but there was always a secret in her heart. That was, she wasn't from the boundless world. Should she tell Yi Baiming that she came from a modern society called Huaxia? Night Fox, if you say that I don't belong here, I mean I don't belong to the boundless world or the 8 desolate continent. Yunsheng took a deep breath and slowly recounted her past. After saying all this, Yunsheng looked at Yi Baiming carefully. She didn't know if Yi Baiming could understand everything she had said or if he would believe her. I want to thank that man, Yi Baiming said after listening for a long time. Thank? You mean that scumbag Lu Minglang? Yunsheng glared at him when she heard that. She looked like a tigress baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Night Fox had better not be stupid. She actually wanted to thank that scumbag Lu Minglang. I have to thank him for not marrying me. If I hadn't met you, what would I have done? Yi Baiming's eyes were filled with tenderness. If it hadn't been for Yunsheng, what would he have done? This woman had given him a pair of eyes and sunlight. If it hadn't been for her, perhaps he would have continued to live in hatred and darkness, becoming a bloodthirsty beast of revenge. He didn't care about her past. He only knew that fate had given Yunsheng to him. From the moment he met Yunsheng, he had become a real person. Yi Baiming's words moved Yunsheng. She just realized that the man in front of her had such a weak side. Yunsheng hugged Yi Baiming's face and kissed him gently. Night Fox, don't worry. We will always be together. We can't be depressed anymore. After the two of them shared their feelings, the two of them pulled themselves together again. Being trapped in Bahuang Tower was only temporary. Once the 1-month limit was over, regardless of whether they could break the magic window or not, they would be sent out of Bahuang Tower. He Yao, the high priest, Hu Qinxiu, and the others were not good people. They did not make things difficult for Yunsheng and Yi Baiming for the time being because of the Bahuang clan competition. If they did not obtain the dark Bahuang divine weapon, those people would definitely not let the matter rest. Let's try again. I'll use magic. You use Do Qi. Yunsheng suddenly stopped. Yi Baiming also paused. A strange look suddenly appeared in their eyes. Night Fox, we can try using magic and Do Qi to attack together. Yunsheng quivered. She and Yi Baiming had previously used magic and Do Qi to attack the magic windows separately, but it did not work. Why didn't they think of using magic and Do Qi to attack the magic window together? Yunsheng and Yi Baiming's attainments in magic and Do Qi might not be the strongest in the current Bahuang continent, but their magic and Do Qi combined could definitely be considered as the strongest in the continent. They could even fight against He Yao or the High Priest. After the two of them were inspired, they stood on one side of the magic window. Yi Baiming's right hand was enshrouded in fighting aura. On Yunsheng's hand, the four-sided lightning vortex crackled. The two of them used their strength at the same time. Yi Baiming's right hand was filled with a golden Qilin Do Qi, which transformed into a golden Qilin. It opened its mouth angrily and rushed towards the magic window. Yunsheng's four-sided vortex was like a scorching sun, emitting 4 dazzling rays of light. Magic and Do Qi collided, but did not devour each other. Instead, they fused together perfectly. The Qilin devours the sun. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming's fusion technique was born. When the Qilin devours the sun blasted towards a magic window, the entire window seemed to be unable to withstand the attack and swayed. After dozens of attacks, the magic window that did not change at all had spiderweb-like cracks appear on it. Those cracks were like the roots of a tree, and they continued to grow. Boom! After a few breaths, the magic window finally could not withstand the power of the Qilin devours the sun and was forcefully broken. The moment the magic window was broken, the dark war god's halberd lying in the magic window seemed to have heard a call and flew out with a whoosh. Yi Baiming did not hesitate for a moment. He reached out with his left hand and firmly grasped the dark war god's halberd. When the trident fell into Yi Baiming's left hand, it struggled for a moment, but after feeling the tyrannical Qilin Do Qi on Yi Baiming's body, the dark war god's halberd slowly stopped struggling and was subdued. Yi Baiming and Yunsheng looked at each other and smiled. The dark war god's halberd was in their hands. There are highlights in this chapter. High energy warning. Did everyone notice it? Thank you for tipping and voting. Chapter 1368. Success. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were overjoyed. After the dark battle god's halberd was absorbed, the 8th floor also changed. 2 teleportation magic arrays suddenly appeared on the originally empty floor. Let's quickly leave the 8 Wastelands Tower. Yi Baiming also revealed a look of joy when he saw the teleportation magic arrays. But Yunsheng was staring at the other teleportation magic array. Why would 2 teleportation magic arrays appear at this time? One of them was the teleportation magic array to leave the 8 Wastelands Tower, but the other one looked the same as the one that had sent her and Yi Baiming to the 8th floor. It seemed to be the teleportation magic array that returned to the 1st floor. At this moment, a strange sound came from Yunsheng's speech ring. When she heard the strange sound, Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. Night Fox, leave the 8 Wastelands Tower first. I want to return to the 1st floor to take a look. Yunsheng's decision puzzled Yi Baiming. You want to return to the 1st floor, but there's nothing there. If you must return, I'll go with you. Yi Baiming knew that Yunsheng was regretful that she didn't obtain the 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine artifact. She probably returned to the 1st floor because she suspected that there were other 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine artifacts on the 1st floor. No, you have to leave first. It's already been more than 20 days. I don't know if the others have broken the magical display window. The first person to leave will be first. Yunsheng was unwilling. Yi Baiming was delayed because of her. After all, whether he won or not was related to whether he could obtain the method to break the ancient curse from the High Priestess. Yunsheng's insistence made Yi Baiming hesitate. Go quickly. I'll be fine. Yunsheng simply pushed Yi Baiming and forcefully pushed him into the teleportation magic array. Little Wildcat, I'll definitely wait for you to come out. Yi Baiming's voice disappeared as the teleportation magic array's light dimmed. On the 8th floor, only Yunsheng was left. She took a deep breath and walked into the teleportation array that led to the 1st level of the magic array. Outside the 8 Wastelands Tower, even experts like the Patriarchs and the High Priest were a little dispirited after waiting bitterly for many days. Suddenly, they noticed that the 2 light spots on the top floor of Bawang Tower had disappeared at the same time. The Patriarchs thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After taking a closer look, they let out a series of cheers. Hu Qianqiu's face was full of smiles, because there was a 50% chance that the first warrior would be from the Celestial Fox tribe. A magic array appeared, and Yi Baiming, dressed in black, walked out of it. After not seeing him for half a month, Yi Baiming looked a little haggard, but the fighting aura on his body. Both Obsidian and the High Priest were delighted. The Dark Battle God's halberd. Yi Baiming's terrifying battle chi was none other than the 8 Barons of Darkness divine weapon. He had successfully obtained the 8 Barons of Darkness divine weapon on the 8th floor of the tower. When Hu Qinxiu saw Yi Baiming, his face stiffened, but he still stared at the teleportation magic array without giving up. He was still secretly hoping that there would be a second 8 Barons of Darkness divine weapon on the 8th floor. From the teleportation magic array, another celestial fox warrior would walk out. But even when the magic power of the teleportation magic array dissipated, no one walked out. Hey, that light spot on the 8th floor, why did it suddenly return to the 1st floor? Hu Qinxiu, isn't that a warrior of your celestial fox people? Patriarch Li Pa saw Hu Qinxiu's appearance and was secretly delighted. How could it be? Why did it return to the 1st floor? Hu Qinxiu took a closer look. Really, there was a white light spot on the 1st floor. He instantly felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Looking at the white light spot on the 1st floor, he had the urge to vomit 3 liters of blood. Seeing Yi Baiming, Hu Qinxiu had already guessed that the celestial fox warrior who was with Yi Baiming earlier was definitely Yun Sheng. With Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's relationship, if she wanted the Dark Battle God's halberd, Yi Baiming would definitely agree. But now, it seemed that stupid woman had instead given up the Dark Battle God's halberd for a man. Yun Sheng, you actually dared to ruin this patriarch's plan. Hu Qinxiu stared at the 1st floor of the 8 Barons Tower with a face full of hatred. The 1st floor of the 8 Barons Tower was the 1st floor that all the warriors had entered earlier. If the 8 Barons of Darkness divine weapon was there, it would have been discovered long ago. Yun Sheng actually went from the 8th floor to the 1st floor. This woman was simply preposterous. Congratulations, congratulations. The High Priest's last disciple has indeed succeeded. Regarding Yi Baiming being the first to exit the tower, most of the 8 Barons patriarchs did not have any objections. In any case, the Beast God Altar was not a member of the 8 Barons tribe. The Beast God Altar's participation was just a formality, allowing the High Priest disciple to train. He Yao's expression was still unsettled. Looking at Yi Baiming, his eyes were filled with anger and regret. The Dark Battle God's halberd was the most powerful of the 8 Barons of Darkness divine weapons. At the same time, it was the most suitable divine weapon for warriors to use. It had chosen Yi Baiming. This also proved that Yi Baiming was the most suitable candidate to inherit the Black Qilin tribe's patriarch position. However, he was now a member of the Beast God Altar. Yi Baiming ignored everyone's congratulations. His face was tense as he looked at the slowly moving light spot on the 1st floor of the 8 Barons Tower. Little Wildcat, you must do your best. Look, there's another layer of light coming out. With a wave of magic, a new magic array appeared and Dugu Xiu walked out from it. When Dugu Xiu saw Yi Baiming, he snorted. At the same time, he also noticed that Yun Sheng was not with Yi Baiming. Dugu Xiu also brought out an 8 Barons divine weapon. It was actually the Dark East Imperial Jade. Another day passed. After Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu came out, a 3rd person came out of the 8 Barons Tower. However, this time, it was Green and Queen Knight Stalker. Green looked somewhat miserable. He and Queen Knight Stalker were very unlucky to be placed on the same floor. Queen Knight Stalker was not easy to deal with. The two fought for more than 20 days. In the end, Green relied on a portion of the 9 Luan King's Sarira's energy to subdue Queen Knight Stalker. In the end, Green obtained the Dark Magic Divine Bracelet. Why isn't Yun Sheng with you? Green immediately noticed that Yun Sheng did not come out. My woman does not need other men's concern. Yi Baiming's expression was cold. You can't even protect her well. How can you be considered her man? Green lost his usual elegance and had a face full of anger. Green, don't mess around. Yun Sheng is fine. She seems to have chosen to return to the 1st floor. The 9 Luan Elder had a headache. The 9 Luan Elder also knew that Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's relationship was not ordinary. Moreover, Yi Baiming was very strong. Green might not be his match. Only now did Green notice that there was a white light spot on the 1st floor of the 8 Barons Tower. That was Yun Sheng. Chapter 1369. Over the next few days, more and more people emerged from the 8 Wastelands Tower. To everyone's surprise, the 4th person to emerge from the 8 Wastelands Tower was Yu Shang. What she brought out was the dark heart difficult lamp. The moment he saw Yushang emerge, a smile appeared on Hu Qianqiu's old face, which had been troubled for the past few days. Yushang did not emerge, but Yushang did. The fourth. Yushang was the fourth. Excluding Yi Baiming from the beast god altar, the Celestial Fox tribe was in the top 3. The Celestial Fox tribe had become a superior beast. It was as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. Hu Qianqiu was so happy that he could not close his mouth. After Yushang left the magic array, she glanced at Yi Baiming. When she saw the dark battle god's halberd in his hand, her eyes flashed. She was even more certain that Yi Baiming was Yi Xiu's reincarnation. On the 28th day, 3 groups of people left the 8 Wastelands Tower with the 8 Wastelands divine artifacts. The 5th group consisted of Bobo, Boss Rockfeather, and Lu Yunchuan. Bobo obtained the eternal holy grail of darkness. He Linlin and Qingya. He Linlin obtained the dark ghost key. The last group consisted of Violet, and Li Pa Violet obtained the dark summoning demon's hand. Apart from Bobo's group, who left the 8 Wastelands Tower happily, Qingya was half dead in He Linlin's group. As for Violet and Li Pa, they looked a little strange. As soon as Bobo walked out of the magic array, he realized that his master was not there. When he looked back, he realized that his master had run back to the first floor. In fact, after all of them had broken through the magic windows on each floor, 2 magic arrays had appeared in front of them. They had all made the same choice, to leave the 8 Wastelands Tower. No one would return to the first floor of the 8 Wastelands Tower like Yin Sheng. After all, the first floor was the floor from which they had entered. There was nothing there. Today is the 29th day. There are only a few hours left before the 1-month deadline. However, all of you only managed to collect 7 8 Desolate Darkness divine artifacts. The High Priest said regretfully. The 8 Desolation Darkness divine artifact corresponded to the 8 Desolation divine artifact in the Boundless Land. In other words, he was still missing the 8 Desolation dark artifact, the Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness. However, based on the current situation, the chances of finding the Dark Destiny Mirror were very slim. However, the High Priest was still satisfied with this outcome. Even without the 8 Desolation dark artifact, it should be enough to shake the Dutian blood seal. No, there's still one person who hasn't come out. Yi Baiming ignored the High Priest. He only stared at Bahuang Tower. So what if she comes out? So many of us have been to the first level. If there was the last 8 Barons divine artifact there, it would have been discovered long ago. He Linlin sneered. You saw it too. She hasn't moved. Now, that woman must be regretting it. She can only wait for the last magic array to open. Indeed, the light that represented Yunsheng on the first level of Bahuang Tower hadn't moved for a long time. No one knew what Yunsheng was doing. So many people couldn't find it. He Linlin didn't believe that Yunsheng could find it. It hasn't been a month yet. Let's wait here. Green also stared at Bahuang Tower. On the first level of Bahuang Tower, Yunsheng sat cross-legged. After returning to the first level, she started a carpet search. However, even with the Shinong eye, she couldn't find any clues about the 8 Desolation dark artifact. Could it be that there were 2 more 8 Desolation dark artifacts hidden on another level? Yunsheng couldn't contact the outside world. The magic array to leave would only appear on the last day. Helpless, Yunsheng stopped moving around. On the 30th day, the magic array to leave the tower didn't appear. Yunsheng took out the Broken Heavens Mandate Mirror from the Beast Language Ring. When Yi Baiming and I were about to leave Bahuang Tower, you clearly moved. Why is there no reaction at all now? Yunsheng's face was reflected in the broken mirror. That day, the reason why Yunsheng suddenly decided to return to the first level was because when she was about to leave, the Heaven's Mandate Mirror in the Beast Language Ring suddenly rang. Yi Baiming didn't hear that sound. However, as the owner of the 8 Desolation dark artifact, Yunsheng heard it clearly. Therefore, she decided to return to the first level. Ever since Ji Rumo died, the Heaven's Mandate Mirror didn't react like a divine artifact should. After looking at the Heaven's Mandate Mirror a few times in her hand, Yunsheng sighed. Outside Bahuang Tower, the sky gradually darkened. Around noon, The last half an hour was about to pass. Within the 8 Wastelands Tower, the white dot of light remained motionless. It seems that there won't be any more miracles. It's time for her to come out, the high priest said, enchanted. Inside Bahuang Tower, there was a magical fluctuation. In the center of the first level, a magic array appeared. Finally, we can leave this damn place. Yinsheng stood up. At this time, the Bahuang mirror in her hand reflected the magic array. The shattered surface of the mirror reflected thousands of light and shadows. The light shadows shot to the ceiling. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to move. The entire Bahuang Tower was changing. When Yunsheng realized this, she quickly transformed into magic wings and flew up. The tower shook more and more. Outside Bahuang Tower, Yi Baiming and the others were also shocked. Under the moonlight, the 8 Wastelands Tower, which was originally standing quietly, underwent an astonishing change. The tower was constantly moving. How can this be? Almost at the same time, Yi Baiming, Green, and Duguxiu were about to rush toward the magic array. But as soon as the 3 of them entered the magic array, they were repelled by a magical power. After repelling the 3 of them, Bahuang Tower turned into a black light. The light penetrated the ground and rushed into the sky. The light formed a strong barrier. No matter how Yi Baiming and the others used magic or combat skills, they were all repelled. If you use brute force to break through, it is very likely that you will damage Bahuang Tower. At that time, it will also affect the people inside. The high priest looked at Bahuang Tower in shock. The high priest was also shocked by this bizarre scene. His magic array had lost its effect. At this time, Bahuang Tower was like an island. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't enter. Why did it become like this? Yi Baiming was like a furious lion. He didn't care about the high priest's identity and grabbed him by the neck. If I'm not wrong, this should be the power of the last Bahuang of darkness divine artifact. The high priest and everyone's eyes were fixed on the black light pillar. Chapter 1370. The 8 Wastelands Tower was moving more and more. It was completely enveloped by the black pillar of light. The tower slowly tilted over, as if someone had used a hand to turn the tower over. This scene looked incomparably strange. Calm down. Apart from the high priestess, no one can save her. He Yao reprimanded. He originally thought that Yi Baiming had really taken the high priestess as his master. However, the current situation didn't seem right. Don't worry. If I'm not wrong, that woman has triggered some kind of restriction in the 8 Wastelands Tower. She might be able to find the heavenly fate mirror. The high priestess' words made Yi Baiming loosen his grip. If she dies, I will bury the entire 8 Wastelands Tower with her. Yi Baiming turned around and stared at the 8 Wastelands Tower. Yi Baiming's words were very calm. However, within those words, there was a chilling and austere aura that made the high priestess' heart turn cold. If something really happened to that woman, she was afraid. There was no fear in the high priestess' eyes. Instead, there was a trace of inexplicable excitement. At this moment, the tower was completely tilted over and the angle of tilt was still increasing, until the entire tower was completely flipped over. The original first floor of the 8 Wastelands Tower suddenly became the last floor. There's something on the tower. The topmost floor of the 8 Wastelands Tower that was tilted over actually gave birth to a new floor. Was that the 9th floor? The 8 Wastelands Tower actually had 9 floors? Inside the 8 Wastelands Tower, Yunsheng was also dumbfounded by this scene. She felt the world beneath her turn upside down. The tower flipped over, causing her to feel disoriented. With great difficulty, the entire tower returned to its original state. When there was no more abnormality, she noticed that there was a stone staircase in the originally empty first floor. The stone staircase snaked forward, seemingly leading to the upper floor. The second floor? It should be called the basement. Yunsheng could clearly feel that the entire tower had been flipped over. The direction she was heading towards should be the original underground of the 8 Wastelands Tower, which was the location of the basement. Of course, that was if the ancients had a basement. Yunsheng looked at the magic circle that was used to leave Ba Huang Tower. There was no light coming from the magic circle. It was obvious that they couldn't leave. Yunsheng could only follow the flight of stairs that led to an unknown place and walk up. It's gone. Outside the 8 Wastelands Tower, everyone suddenly saw a dot of light inside the 8 Wastelands Tower. The disappearance of the light spots in the Ba Huang Tower meant that they were either dead, or when the light disappeared, Yi Baiming's body trembled. His eyes widened, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. No! Like a trapped beast that had lost its lover, Yi Baiming's entire body was surging with grief and pain. He fell to his knees and held his head with his hands in pain. His eyes were filled with blood. Lu and Dugu Xiu also stared at the 8 Wastelands Tower in a daze. It was as if there was a hole in their hearts, and they felt as if they had fallen into a cold cave. It won't. She can't be. Green cried out. Green, calm down a bit. The 9 Phoenix Clan leader looked at Green worriedly. He looked at Green's empty eyes and felt a burst of regret. The result is out. The high priest said. No, the result is not out yet. Qilin boy, don't be disappointed. Master's fine. She should have entered a sealed enchantment. Seeing that the situation was not right, Bo simply wiped off the disguise on her face. She didn't want Master to come back safe and sound while Qilin boy was beaten black and blue. When he saw Bo, Yi Baiming's originally slack eyes gradually became clear. Bo, it's you? When Yi Baiming saw Bo, he suddenly remembered that Yunsheng and Bo had a life contract. If she was fine, that meant that Yunsheng must be fine too. The sadness in his eyes was instantly swept away. It's actually you? Little girl, don't talk nonsense. 8 Wasteland Tower has already become like this. That bastard is dead for sure. When Yusheng, who was overjoyed over Yunsheng's death, saw Bo, her eyes blazed with hatred as if she had met an enemy. It's me, this great aunt. Do you believe that I won't slap you 100 times with such a despicable mouth? Bo huffed. Are you telling the truth? Dugu Xiu had always hated Bo, but this time he suddenly felt that Bo wasn't so annoying. Of course it's true. I'm Tang. Anyway, I know that Master is just trapped in a very special place. She will definitely come out. It's just that I'm not sure when she'll come out. Only a few people knew Bo's identity. Bo couldn't sense Yunsheng's aura, but she was sure that Master was still alive. Although she couldn't say for sure where Yunsheng had gone, she was sure of one thing. Master's life wasn't in danger. High Priestess, since the life and death of that woman from the Celestial Fox tribe has been divined, and 30 days have passed, the 8 Wasteland Clan competition's core competition has already ended. There's no need to waste time on an insignificant person, said the patriarch of the Obsidian Clan. He didn't expect that even with the ancient forbidden curse, Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu would still be dead set on that woman from the Celestial Fox tribe like moths to a flame. The High Priestess glanced at Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was the first to bring out the 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine artifact. He was fully deserving of first place, but at this moment his entire body and mind were focused on the 8 Wastelands Tower. Even though there were no signs of living people on the 8 Wastelands Tower. The High Priestess looked at Dugu Xiu again. He was the second to bring out the 8 Wastelands Darkness Divine artifact, but Dugu Xiu wasn't interested in hearing the results of the core competition at all. Then she looked at Green. His expression was exactly the same as the other 2 men. He treated the High Priestess as heir. The rest could only be. The High Priestess looked at Yusheng, who was the 4th to come out, and Hu Qianxiu, the leader of the Celestial Fox people. Congratulations, the Celestial Fox tribe has replaced the D clan as a high-ranking beast clan this time. The High Priestess announcement made Yusheng and Hu Qianxiu beam. As long as they obtained the qualifications of a high-ranking beast clan, Yunsheng's life and death were insignificant to them. The other beast clans also had their own gains. The rankings of the other Bakra orcs had also been determined. The D clan, the Chinese, and the Behemoth tribe were middle-ranking beast clans. As for the Peng clan and the Blue Hell Wolf clan, They were reduced to low-ranking beast clans. The 8 Wastelands Tower came to an end. When dawn came, the citizens of the city also saw the magical scene of the 8 Wastelands Tower. What was even stranger was that there were a few people guarding outside the 8 Wastelands Tower like stone statues, unwilling to leave no matter what. Chapter 1371. What is this place? To Yunsheng's surprise, when she walked up to the last floor of the Bawang Tower, she saw a scene like this. When she finished the last step, the Bawang Tower under her suddenly disappeared. She was in an empty space. All around her, there were mirrors. Her reflection was reflected in the mirrors. No matter how Yunsheng moved forward or backward, she still saw countless mirrors. The previous exit also disappeared. She couldn't find the way back. The endless reflections and the long wait made it easy for people to develop a world-weary mood. Fortunately, Yunsheng was a doctor. In such an environment, she knew that she had to keep herself calm. Otherwise, she would fall into madness and even self-harm. After drinking some water of life, Yunsheng calmed down. She began to calculate her heartbeat. Based on her heartbeat and pulse, she guessed that she had been trapped in this enclosed space for a day and 2 nights. Suddenly, Yunsheng felt that there was something behind her that was sizing her up. She turned around abruptly and saw her reflection in the mirror. "Is there anyone there?" Yunsheng shouted into the darkness. There was no reply. No, this was not the real world. If it was the real world, there should be an echo. Yunsheng looked at the mirror beside her. She raised her hand and shot a magic spell at the mirror. The Yunsheng in the mirror smiled strangely. The mirror did not have a trace of crack. The magic was reflected back. It could also reflect magic. Could these mirrors be the Dark Destiny mirror? Could it be that I am in the Dark Destiny mirror? Yunsheng recalled the abnormal reaction of the Dark Destiny mirror. Hee, woman, you're pretty smart. You actually found out. Suddenly, the figure in the mirror changed. Song Yunsheng had become another person. In the mirror, there was a man. That was a very handsome man. His appearance was unforgettable as long as one saw it. Ji Romo. Yunsheng saw the man in the mirror and was shocked. She stared at the mirror in disbelief. His eyebrows, nose, lips, and even his hairstyle were exactly the same as Ji Romo's. However, Yunsheng suddenly realized that he was not Ji Romo. This was because Ji Romo would never have such an evil aura. Moreover, the man in the mirror had black hair, while Ji Romo's hair was white. Don't mention that idiot's name to me. He's simply a disgrace to our mirror spirit clan. Hearing Ji Romo's voice, the man frowned in disgust. The mirror spirit was a very special artifact spirit. Most of them had their own consciousness, which was outside of the human world, the god world, and the underworld. That was why mirror spirit Ji Rushue couldn't even sense Bo's divine power when she created the mirror world of darkness. You know Ji Romo? Yunsheng was a little excited. Ji Romo's death had always been a regret for Yunsheng. Even though she had the Red Lotus Hellfire, she couldn't reforge the mirror of darkness. We don't just know each other. We are the children of the mirror. In the words of your human race, we are twins. My name is Ji Rushue, and his name is Ji Romo. However, he represents the light side, and I represent the dark side. Ji Rushue smiled. Ji Romo, that idiot, loves to save people. I, on the other hand, love to eat people. Ji Rushue looked like Ji Romo, but when he smiled, there was an indescribable sense of danger. Eat people. Yunsheng sensed the murderous intent in Ji Rushue's eyes. That's right. Eat people. The Dark 8 Desolation artifacts are different from the 8 Desolation artifacts. They were created to save, while we were created to destroy. Look at the mirror beside you. With that, Ji Rushue waved his hand. Many different people appeared in the mirror beside Yunsheng. Those people all had dumbstruck expressions on their faces. These people are the High Priest. All these years, he placed them in the 8 Desolation Tower for me to eat, so that I won't cause trouble. Ji Rushue licked his lips as he spoke. His personality was completely different from Ji Romo's. Ji Romo's personality was cold, but he was compassionate. Ji Ruxue, on the other hand, was someone who only wanted to see the world burn. In his heart, there was only killing and destruction. High Priest? You mean the High Priest knows of your existence? Yinsheng was on guard. Of course. That guy has always wanted to use the Dark 8 Desolation artifacts to fulfill his ambition. However, the other 7 Dark 8 Desolation artifacts are inanimate objects that don't have a consciousness. He could just find someone to open the seals. I'm the only one he can't do. The High Priest more or less knew of Ji Rushue's existence. However, he wasn't sure where Ji Ruxue was. If not for the Destiny Mirror in Yunsheng's hand, she probably wouldn't have been able to discover Ji Rushue's existence. Ji Ruxue, since you and Ji Rumo are both mirror spirits, you must know a way to save him? Yunsheng suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Hee, you're such a fun woman. When Yunsheng entered the world of his Dark Destiny Mirror, Ji Ruxue had already discovered that Ji Rumo's aura was on Yunsheng. At that time, Ji Ruxue had the opportunity to kill Yunsheng. However, he didn't do it immediately. He was very curious about the woman that Ji Rumo had chosen at the risk of his life. What kind of person was she? When he first saw Yunsheng, Ji Ruxue only thought that Yunsheng had a beautiful face. But was this enough to make Ji Rumo sacrifice himself without regard for anything else? However, after a few days of observation, Ji Ruxue discovered that Yunsheng was a little different. On the first day that woman entered, she had indeed wandered around like a headless fly. However, later on, she began to eat and do some strange things. After a few days and nights without any contact with the outside world, she was still sharp enough to discover his existence. If you really want to know how to save Ji Rumo, I can tell you. However, I have a condition. Ji Ruxue smiled and pointed at a mirror behind Yunsheng. I've already devoured the lives of 998 people and sealed them in the mirror to become mirror men. These mirror men are much better than living people. They'll be with me forever. As long as you're willing to be the 999th mirror man, I'll help you save Ji Rumo. A life for a life. It's a good deal. Mirror men? Yunsheng looked at the mirror behind her. There was no longer an image in it. How about it? Ji Rumo is willing to give up his life for you. Are you willing to give up your life for him? Ji Ruxue's eyes were filled with madness and fanaticism as he stared at Yunsheng. Chapter 1372. Before Ji Rumo completely recovered, he had no way of knowing the High Priest's background. He could only kindly remind Yunsheng. With that, he disappeared. Ji Rumo disappeared too quickly. Yunsheng didn't even have time to ask what he meant. Who was the High Priest of the Beast God Altar? Why did he want the 8 Desolate Darkness divine weapon? But Ji Rumo couldn't answer these questions for the time being. He could only hope that he could quickly recover after fusing with Ji Ruxue's mirror spirit. After fusing with a portion of Ji Ruxue's mirror spirit, the Heaven's Fate Mirror's appearance changed. A murderous black shadow appeared on the originally clean mirror. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether it was the Heaven's Fate Mirror or the Heaven's Fate Mirror. As for the Heaven's Fate Mirror of Darkness, Yunsheng carefully picked it up. The Heaven's Fate Mirror of Darkness only seemed to have lost its luster. Yunsheng thought for a moment and put it away. The magic array is back to normal. Yunsheng realized that the magic array beside her was working normally again. She walked out of the 8 Desolate Tower. At this time, 4 days and 4 nights had passed since Yunsheng was trapped in the Heaven's Fate Mirror of Darkness. When Yunsheng walked out of the 8 Desolate Tower and breathed in the fresh air, she stretched. At this time, she was suddenly frightened by the person in front of her. A man with a face full of beard was rushing up like a madman. Little wild cat. The man's anxious and affectionate voice stunned Yunsheng, who was about to explode. This voice wasn't it Night Fox's voice? But this extremely tall savage with a face full of messy beard and bloodshot eyes was actually her Night Fox? Yunsheng didn't know that while she was in the Heaven's Fate Mirror of Darkness, Yi Biming outside the 8 Desolate Tower was also suffering. In the past 4 days, Yi Biming did not sleep, rest, shower, or eat. The only thing he did was stare at Bahuang Tower. Finally, a person walked out of the 8 Wastelands Tower. That person was Yun Sheng, whom he had been thinking about day and night. Yun Sheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he beaming hugged her tightly. I didn't die in there. I was going to be strangled to death by you. Stupid fox, are you trying to murder me? Yun Sheng rebuked and frowned. Night Fox was actually like this. Looking at his sloppy appearance, he probably hadn't bathed for a few days. Yun Sheng had no idea that Yi Baiming had been waiting there like a fossil for the past few days without sleeping or resting. You heartless woman, how can I be in a mood to take a bath? Yi Baiming was dissatisfied and hugged her even tighter. Only when he truly felt the woman's fragrance and her warm body temperature could Yi Baiming believe that his Yun Sheng had really returned. The intimate appearance of the two was seen by Green and Duguxiu, who were also waiting at the side. Duguxiu sneered and left with a flick of his sleeve. Green's heart was empty. He was forcefully pulled away by the Jilwan clan leader who had rushed over after hearing the news. "Sorry, it's all my fault. Green, you should give up. You can also see that Yun Sheng likes that you brat." The Jilwan clan leader looked at his grandson's despondent appearance and felt a wave of pain in his heart. The Jilwan clan leader was also an experienced person. He had also thought of fighting for Green's happiness once. But when he saw the appearance of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming just now, the Jilwan clan leader knew that Green had no chance. In this world, there were some people who, once they were truly moved, would be hell-bent. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming were both such people. "Grandfather, I can't do it." After saying that, Green's figure flashed, and a colorful wand bird appeared in the sky. It flew into the sky as if it had gone crazy and let out a blood-sobbing cry. The Jilwan clan leader heard it and let out a long sigh. "All right, are you first place?" Yun Sheng struggled to break free from Yi Baiming's embrace. The first question she asked was about the clan competition. "I was the first to come out, but I had a falling out with the high priest." Yi Baiming coughed and told Yun Sheng about the day he lost control of his emotions. "Sigh, Night Fox, why can't you keep your cool?" Although that was what she said, Yun Sheng knew that if it was Yi Baiming who was trapped in the 8 Wastelands Tower, she would definitely lose control too. No matter what Hu Qinxiu said, she would definitely wait for Yi Baiming to come out. What a pity. It was not easy to get the chance to break the ancient forbidden curse, but it was gone just like that. To make matters worse, Yun Sheng also found out that Yu Shang, that woman, was in 4th place. This time, I really went for wool and came home shorn. That woman took advantage of me for nothing. Yun Sheng was the most depressed about this point, but since it had already happened, she could only accept it. Luckily, this time, she helped Ji Rumo regain his strength. But she decided not to tell Yi Baiming about this matter first, in case he was unhappy and smashed the Heaven's Mandate mirror again. Yun Sheng's return allowed Yi Baiming to return to normal. Under Yun Sheng's disdainful gaze, he could only return to Qilin Palace to freshen up. Yun Sheng went to the inn and found Bo Bo and the rest. "Dearest master, Bo Bo knew that you would be fine." Bo Bo was very happy when she saw Yun Sheng. Boss Peng Yu and Queen Yi Mei were also very happy when they saw Yun Sheng return safely. "Dearest master, where did you go? And did you find the last 8 Wastelands divine weapon?" Bo Bo asked impatiently. She was very curious where Yun Sheng went. Even she, a universe god, was unable to sense Yun Sheng's aura. "It's a long story. I met Ji Rumo's brother." Yun Sheng told the story roughly. "So, Peng Lai of Gojoseon revived again?" Bo Bo's impression of Ji Rumo was quite good. However, if the Qilin brat knew, he would be depressed for a while. In a few days and nights that Yun Sheng went missing, those who didn't sleep like Yi Baiming, including Lu and Duguxiu. These two people's feelings for Yun Sheng were no less than Yi Baiming's. Now that there was Ji Rumo, the Qilin brat's road to chasing his wife was very long. "All right, master, there's one more thing. The Celestial Fox tribe has become a superior beast clan. Hu Qinxiu, that old fellow, is certain that you're dead. He has already appointed Yu Shang as the Celestial Fox Saintess." Bobo immediately told Yunsheng. The Celestial Fox tribe had become a superior beast clan. Hu Qinxiu couldn't wait to bring such good news back to the tribe. He didn't care whether Yunsheng was dead or alive. He directly brought a group of Celestial Fox warriors back to Hu City. What? That damned old fox. Yunsheng didn't expect that Hu Qinxiu would change sides when she was only missing for a short period of time. But it was no wonder. Hu Qinxiu had always been a two-faced person. It seems that I have to hurry back to the Celestial Fox tribe. Yunsheng muttered. Chapter 1373. Yunsheng, on the other hand, did not care about the Celestial Fox Saintess. She had no interest in being the Saintess. Even now that the Celestial Fox tribe had become a high-ranking beast tribe, she still thought so. Only that old woman, Yunsheng, would want to be the Saintess. However, Yunsheng had to rescue Hu Ruolin, and Yunsheng was also very worried about the safety of Lu Yunchuang and her clansmen. However, Hu Qinxiu, that old fox, would not agree to her terms so easily. Master, there's one more thing. It's the problem of the Chinese. Boss Pengyu had been waiting for Yunsheng to come out. The Bashi tribe had lost their right to be the Bakra orcs. Pengyu and the Green Hell Wolf tribe had become low-ranking beast tribes, and the Chinese had become middle-ranking beast tribes. However, Boss Pengyu was faced with another problem. He was only a tribe leader with an empty title. He had neither clansmen nor cities under him. I've already considered this matter. Queen Yi Cha, immediately send your night charm warriors to Tsangdu and the Yudu region. Yunsheng wrote a few letters and handed them to Queen Yi Cha. Boss Pengyu, there are several dozen cities here. Tomorrow morning, you will take these documents and go inform the various beast clans. Yunsheng unhurriedly took out a few documents with the signatures of the various beast clans' young patriarchs. Isn't this what happened in the tower? Boss Pengyu could not help but be speechless. He finally understood Yunsheng's earlier intentions. No wonder Master did not care about being the Saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. She had long planned to establish a new beast tribe that was on equal footing with the Bakra orcs. We have the citizens and the cities. From now on, the 8 desolate continent will have one more Chinese, Yunsheng said solemnly. On one end, Yunsheng was plotting her grand scheme. On the other end, Yi Baiming was also filled with emotions in the Qilin Palace. The safe return of Yunsheng gave Yi Baiming a sense of joy, as if he had regained what he had lost. He was determined that next time, no matter what happened, he would not leave Yunsheng alone. He did not want to experience this feeling that was worse than death a second time. The scalding water scalded his skin until it turned red, but it also washed away the sweat stains and stench from the past few days. The curtain was lifted, and the sound of footsteps came from behind. I didn't expect that the vice-patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe would have the hobby of peeping at men bathing. Without turning his head, Yi Baiming coldly said. Du Guxiu stood behind Yi Baiming. Both of them were top-notch figures in the world. At this moment, they met in a bathroom that was only 10 square meters in size. I'm not interested in men. I'm interested in Yunsheng. Du Guxiu had just spoken when there was a splash in front of him. The hot water in the pool seemed to have cooled down. Yi Baiming had already put on his clothes and was only a short distance away from Du Guxiu. The two of them saw killing intent in each other's eyes. Vice Patriarch, that's my woman. You better not have any ideas about her. Yi Baiming's face did not have any extra expression. Yi Baiming, you're wrong. She's still not your woman. Or rather, the current you will never be able to make her truly become your woman. Du Guxiu wanted to anger Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming did not get angry. He coldly glanced at Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu, aren't you, and I the pot calling the kettle black? Even if he only had half of the Black Qilin's blood, Du Guxiu could not touch Yunsheng. Perhaps I was in the past, but I'm different now. Du Guxiu laughed. What do you mean? Yi Baiming was stunned. Yi Baiming, do you want to know the method to remove the ancient forbidden curse? Du Guxiu sneered. Yi Baiming was slightly startled. Because he had offended the high priest that day, He had not been able to learn the method to remove the ancient forbidden curse from the high priest. Do you still remember Hu Linglong? She's the woman I arranged for you that night. Thanks to you, I removed the ancient forbidden curse on my body. The ancient forbidden curse is only effective on the first celestial fox woman. Perhaps you can learn from me. Duguxiu's eyes flashed as he stared at Yi Baiming. This was the method to remove the ancient forbidden curse? What kind of bullshit method was this? Yi Baiming cursed the high priest's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Yinsheng had once said that she wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. He was willing to give her everything. He was even willing to let go of his past hatred. However, in order to remove the ancient forbidden curse, he had to find a new celestial fox woman. This was equivalent to betraying Yinsheng. However, if he did not do so, he would never be able to be with Yinsheng. Duguxiu saw the changes in Yi Baiming's expression and felt a little gloating in his heart. She's just a woman. Men have 3 wives and 4 concubines since ancient times. If you're doing this for Yinsheng's sake, you should remove the ancient forbidden curse. Or do you want her to die an unnatural death, like Hu Linglong? Duguxiu encouraged Yi Baiming from the side. Actually, when he found out about the method to remove the curse, he hesitated for a moment. However, when he thought about how he could be with Yinsheng without any scruples after removing the curse, he no longer hesitated. Even without Hu Linglong, he would find a 2nd or 3rd celestial fox woman to remove the curse. In Duguxiu's eyes, other than Yinsheng, all women were the same. Duguxiu, you still don't understand. I'm different from you. I won't betray Yinsheng. Yi Baiming only thought for a moment before rejecting Duguxiu's suggestion. Yi Baiming, why are you pretending to be virtuous? You're the regent of Great Zhou. Have you never had a woman before? Duguxiu did not expect Yi Baiming to reject him. Yinsheng, she'll be the only woman in my life. Even if I can't have her body, it's enough to have her heart. Duguxiu, you'll never understand what it means to be willing to be together forever. As Yi Baiming spoke, he smiled faintly and ignored Duguxiu. He was willing to be with Yi Baiming forever. What exactly was Yi Baiming? Was this the only thing he had lost to Yi Baiming? Duguxiu stood in the bathroom. White steam rose up and enveloped his entire body. It seems that not everyone is as flexible as the deputy patriarch. But even so, He Yao and He Linlin, that pair of father and daughter, still want to pass the position of patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe to Yi Baiming. The high priest descended from the roof like a ghost. This high priestess appeared too frequently recently. Duguxiu could not help but feel suspicious. It's you again? Although I agreed to cooperate with you, I won't betray the Black Qilin tribe. Because of Yi Baiming's words, Duguxiu was very unhappy. Now that he saw the high priestess, his tone was even worse. Deputy Patriarch, please don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to betray the Black Qilin tribe. On the contrary, I just want the Black Qilin tribe to become stronger. The high priestess's words made Duguxiu sneer. High priestess, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Everyone knows about the beast god Alter's ambition. Sorry, I still have something to do in my residence. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Duguxiu walked away. Deputy Patriarch, you'll come back to find me very soon. The high priestess said from behind. Chapter 1374. Not long after Yinsheng left the 8 Wastelands Tower, the other major beast tribes received the news. Even though Yinsheng had obtained the Heavenly Fate Mirror, she had exceeded the deadline by a month. Hence, she did not obtain a ranking in the end. Even so, many people were still thinking of ways to get rid of Yinsheng after receiving the news. Father, that celestial fox Yinsheng has come out again. I really regret it. I should have killed her before the core competition. He Linlin was furious after knowing that Yinsheng had successfully left the 8 Wastelands Tower and obtained the Heavenly Fate Mirror. That woman didn't die even after all this. She was really like a ghost that wouldn't disperse. He Linlin was thinking about how to get rid of Yinsheng. Linlin, your temper is still too impatient. That woman has yet to leave the Sky Harmony City. There are many ways to kill her. He Yao disagreed. Reporting to Patriarch, Junior Patriarch, Celestial Fox Yun Sheng, and the Chinese Patriarch request an audience. A subordinate of the Black Qilin tribe came in to report. There's a path to heaven, but she doesn't want to take it. This woman actually dares to come here and ask for an audience. Father, this time, don't stop me. I will definitely kill her. When He Linlin heard that Yunsheng actually dared to come to her house, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Patriarch He Yao, Junior Patriarch, long time no see. Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and the Chinese Patriarch walked in together. Yunsheng, how dare you? You have already been expelled from the Celestial Fox tribe by Hu Qinxiu. You still have the guts to stay in the Sky Harmony City. He Linlin looked at Yunsheng as though she was looking at an idiot. Looking at Yi Baiming and Yunsheng's inseparable behavior, He Linlin's eyes burned with anger. She wanted nothing more than to skin Yunsheng alive. Hu Qinxiu had also heard that Yunsheng had left the Bahuang Tower. However, Yunsheng had offended many people during the Bahuang clan competition. She had also offended He Linlin, Yu Shang, and the others. Hu Qinxiu, that old man who was greedy for life and afraid of death, after hearing the news, was afraid that Yunsheng would cause trouble. So he announced to the public that Yunsheng was just a Celestial Fox bastard, pretending to be his niece, and had no relationship with the Celestial Fox tribe at all. He also didn't allow Yunsheng to enter the territory of the Celestial Fox tribe. Young clan head, you're wrong. I wasn't kicked out by Hu Qinxiu. On the contrary, after I left Bahuang Tower, I announced that I was leaving the Celestial Fox tribe. I have just joined the newly established Chinese Bakra Orcs. I'm here to look for young Patriarch to settle our previous debts. Yunsheng wasn't in a hurry. She took out a receipt. On the white paper, there were blood stains, and He Linlin's name was signed. Seeing that receipt, He Linlin's face turned even darker. Previously, when she was in Bahuang Tower, because she needed the antidote, she was forced to write this receipt against her will. Because Yunsheng was trapped in Bahuang Tower, He Linlin had already forgotten about this matter. Who knew that she would bring it up again? Shameless be asterisk starred. It turns out that you're the behind-the-scenes manipulator of Hua people. How dare you threaten me with this promissory note? He Linlin grabbed the promissory note and tore it into pieces. Regarding the newly established Chinese Bakra Orcs, the patriarchs of several beast clans had secretly investigated. However, the information they received was that the Chinese were a new tribe formed by a mix of beasts and humans. Previously, the other patriarchs of the beast clans thought that even if the Chinese became a middle-level beast clan, they wouldn't be able to do much. Because the Chinese had a small population, and most importantly, they didn't have a city or stronghold. Without a city or stronghold, the beasts were like water without a source or a tree without roots. It was impossible for them to do much. In private, they even joked that they didn't know whether they could still see the Chinese in the next Bahuang clan competition. Unexpectedly, Yunsheng actually joined the Chinese at this critical moment. After connecting the cause and effect and Yunsheng's performance in Bahuang Tower, He Linlin immediately understood that the Chinese and the challenge tournament had long colluded with Yunsheng. It could even be said that Yunsheng was the real patriarch of the Chinese. She was the one who created the Chinese. Young patriarch, just tear it. I knew that you would turn hostile and deny it. The one you tore was copied by others. I still have the one you wrote by yourself. It turns out that the dignified Black Qilin tribe also likes to turn hostile and deny it. You're no different from those low-level beast clans. Yunsheng curled her lips. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you. He Linlin's eyes were about to spit fire. You can try, Yi Baiming said calmly from behind, his eyes cold. He Linlin held her breath. She could sense that Yi Baiming gave her an unfathomable feeling. The Dark War God's halberd in his hand glowed with a cold light. Yi Baiming, this is their private matter. You'd better not interfere. Yi Baiming was also furious when he saw that Yi Baiming was protecting Yunsheng and ignoring his daughter. These people clearly did not place him, the clan leader, in their eyes. I've just joined the Chinese like Shang-Er. Since I'm also a member of the Chinese, how can it not be my business to take back the Chinese territory? Yi Baiming said matter-of-factly. Yunsheng looked on from the side and was very satisfied. Yi Baiming was quite a competent fighter. It's fine if you two don't want to admit it. Anyway, I've already asked the rest of the Chinese to leave the city. When the time comes, I'll send a copy of the young tribe leader's letter to every city in the tribal countries for everyone to judge. Yunsheng said, and took out another letter. However, the handwriting on each letter was similar to He Linlin's. No one knew which one was the real one. Men, bring me the deeds of the 15 cities in the north. He Linlin was more rational than He Linlin. He finally understood that this girl called Yunsheng was like a fox. She was very cunning. With Yi Baiming around, he couldn't kill her immediately. If she wanted cities, he would give her 15 of the poorest and most remote cities. However, whether she could safely reach the 15 cities in the north after leaving Sky Harmony City would depend on Yunsheng's ability. Patriarch He Yao is indeed magnanimous. You're not like some petty people who don't admit it after signing the letter. I'll take away the city deeds. In order to prevent some people from not believing me, I'll have to trouble Patriarch He Yao to write another letter saying that you're willing to give the 15 cities to the Chinese forever. Yunsheng took out a brush and ink as if she was performing a magic trick and asked He Yao to write another letter. He Yao pulled a long face. He almost tore the paper with every word he wrote. When he reached the last word, the brush was crushed into pieces by He Yao. Patriarch's words are really precious. I'll take my leave first. Don't worry, after I get the cities, I'll go as far as I can. I won't be an eyesore to you. Yunsheng smiled brightly. She was considered rich in the boundless continent, but it was the first time she had obtained 15 cities in one go. Especially when she thought of the expressions of He Yao and his daughter. This feeling was really good. Chapter 1375. Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and the Chinese patriarch walked out of the Qilin Palace. Yunsheng, who had obtained 15 cities, was in a good mood. However, while Yunsheng was in a good mood, He Yao and his daughter in the Qilin Palace were on the verge of vomiting blood. The two of them had been high and mighty for so many years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Father, you let them go just like that? That woman is so infuriating. I don't care. I must kill her personally. He Linlin had already gone mad with anger. That person called Yunsheng had repeatedly challenged her bottom line. They're still in the Sky Harmony City and have a written agreement. If something happens, the spearhead will definitely be pointed at the Black Qilin tribe. If she wants a city, give it to her. There's still a long way to go before she reaches the other cities. At that time, you can deal with her however you want. However, it's better if you leave her alive. He Yao said indifferently. As long as those people were still in the Black Qilin tribe, he had many ways to deal with them. What He Yao wanted to avoid now was how to deal with Yi Baiming. That brat was arrogant and unruly. He was the same as him in the past. Once he set his sights on someone, he would never turn back. He Yao finally understood this point. However, He Linlin was still stubborn. Leave that bastard's life? Father, what do you mean by that? Didn't you say that if he could prove that he was stronger than Duga Xiao, he would marry me and inherit the position of the Black Qilin tribe? Now you want me to let that Yunsheng go? He Linlin was frustrated. Linlin, you know that brat's temper. If you push him too far, you won't be able to get anything. Father has already thought of a perfect plan for you. You take in that celestial fox. She will be the mistress, and you will be the eldest. I will pass the position of the patriarch to Yi Baiming. He Yao comforted his daughter. He Linlin thought about it. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming couldn't be together because of the ancient forbidden spell. No matter how much love there was between a man and a woman, if they couldn't enjoy the joy of intimacy, it would be useless no matter how deep their feelings were. When she became Yi Baiming's wife and gave birth to his children, he would definitely neglect Yunsheng. When He Linlin thought of this, she couldn't help but feel happy. In her heart, she had reluctantly accepted the fact that Yunsheng would be the mistress. The father and daughter then discussed some other matters in the tribe. Deputy Patriarch, the Duga Mansion, the Grand Priestess's hand, the Lord, the Grand Priestess held a magic crystal ball in her hand. In the magic crystal ball, everything that happened in the Qilin Palace was seen by Dugu Xiu. Although he didn't know where the crystal ball came from, it was indeed He Yao and his daughter. Dugu Xiu's gaze was fixed on the crystal ball. He was extremely shocked. He Yao actually, didn't he vow to him earlier that as long as Dugu Xiu was willing to be the deputy patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe, he would inherit the position of the patriarch in the future? Everything was a lie. He only knew that He Yao wanted to hand the Black Qilin tribe to Yi Baiming. What should I do? Dugu Xiu already knew that from the moment Yi Baiming was the first to walk out of the Eight Wastelands Tower, He Yao's heart had already leaned towards Yi Baiming. In order to let Yi Baiming acknowledge his ancestors, He Yao didn't hesitate to give him the position of the patriarch. He was even willing to let He Linlin and Yun Sheng serve the same husband. Unfortunately, He Yao and He Linlin were both wrong. Not to mention that Yi Baiming didn't care about the position of the patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe. Yinsheng wasn't the kind of woman who was willing to compromise. The two of them only had eyes for each other. They couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. What a joke. I've done so much for the Black Qilin tribe all these years. In the end, I lost the person I love and the position of the patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe. What is this? He Yao, you lied to me. You lied to Mother. A man didn't cry easily. It was only when he wasn't sad. At this moment, Dugu Xiu was like a lone wolf. He felt an unprecedented sadness and despair. He Yao had said that he would be the son he valued the most. But now, it seemed like everything was a joke. There was only Empress Li in He Yao's heart. His love for Empress Li had also been transferred to Yi Baiming. Back then, if it hadn't been for Yi Baiming, he wouldn't have been unable to gain a foothold in the boundless continent and lost Yinsheng. Why did all the good things in the world belong to Yi Baiming alone? Waves of hatred turned into an ocean of hatred. Dugu Xiu was like a boat that had lost its way. He couldn't see anything clearly. He only knew that everything he had been taken away by Yi Baiming. He wasn't willing to accept this. He wanted to take back everything that belonged to him. He could give Yunsheng more happiness than Yi Baiming. As long as he became the most powerful person on the continent, he would be able to take revenge. I want to take revenge on He Yao and Yi Baiming. Tell me, what should I do? There were no more tears in Dugu Xiu's eyes. He was like a walking corpse. There was only hatred in his heart. There is a statue here. You just have to secretly place it in the forbidden area of the Black Qilin tribe. Also, find a Black Qilin relic and hand it to me. I can help you seize everything you want, whether it is the position of the patriarch or that woman from the Celestial Fox tribe. When the high priest mentioned the Celestial Fox tribe, hatred flashed across his eyes. Dugu Xiu, who was completely surrounded by hatred and jealousy, didn't notice the strange expression on the high priest's face. It's not difficult to enter the forbidden area. However, the Black Qilin King's relic is with He Linlin. It might be a little difficult to get it. Dugu Xiu hesitated. Don't worry. You will have the chance soon. The high priest smiled. The secret cooperation between the high priest and Dugu Xiu was very secretive. He Yao and his daughter were still in the dark. What? You guys didn't find the Chinese? It wasn't easy for He Linlin to wait for Yun Sheng and the rest to leave Sky Harmony City. Who would have thought that they would disappear without a trace the moment they left Sky Harmony City? Young Patriarch, we have been watching them for 12 hours, but they disappeared the moment they left the city. The warriors of the Black Qilin tribe were sweating profusely. The warriors of the Black Qilin tribe were also speechless. They could tell He Linlin the details of the matter. The truth was, during these few days, He Linlin and the rest had been secretly following Yun Sheng and the rest. When the other party finally left Sky Harmony City, they were about to inform the young patriarch. But who would have thought that a mysterious airship would appear at the outskirts of the city? The speed of the airship was simply indescribable. The warriors of the Black Qilin tribe used the 8 desolate Qilin horses to chase after it. Even after 8 desolate Qilin horses died, they still couldn't catch up. In the end, they were left behind without a trace. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up. The warriors of the Black Chelan tribe couldn't understand how an ordinary-looking airship could be so fast. Chapter 1376. Trash, good for nothing. In the Chelan Palace, waves of angry scolding and smashing sounds echoed. The palace maids and guards outside the palace all shrunk their necks. Needless to say, the young clan leader was angry. Recently, the young clan leader's temper was unusually irritable. If one was not careful, they would be shot. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and find someone to go to those cities with me. The monk can escape, but the temple can't escape. Hey Lin was so angry that she couldn't do anything. She could only wave her hand. She didn't believe that Yunsheng would not appear. It's too carefree. My dear master, if that father and daughter knew where we are now, would they be so angry that they would vomit blood? Bobo sat on the empty ship. Her tender white feet swayed as she patted the side of the ship. Yunsheng had long predicted the thoughts of the Black Chelan father and daughter. However, He Yao and the others had miscalculated one thing, and that was that Yunsheng and the others had a God Realm treasure ship in their hands. No matter how fast the 8 Desolation Chelan horse was, it couldn't catch up to the items of the God Realm. After Yunsheng shook off the warriors of the Black Chelan tribe, she ordered Qing City to fly in the opposite direction of the 15 Black Chelan cities. Yunsheng didn't plan to go to the 15 Black Chelan cities immediately. She still had a few other documents in her hands. She planned to take back these cities one by one. When the other Ba Huang clan leaders saw Yunsheng, they couldn't help but be surprised. They weren't willing to hand over the cities under their names. However, when they saw He Yao's handwritten document, even the Black Chelan had handed over 15 cities. What other objections could they have? As a result, there were dozens of cities in Yunsheng's hands. Yunsheng, take care. When Green saw Yunsheng at the Nine Wan tribe, his eyes were somewhat sad. Yunsheng also felt that Green had a special feeling towards her. Thank you for your concern, young clan leader. I will protect my woman well. Yi Baiming took a step forward and stood between Yunsheng and Green. His tall figure completely covered Yunsheng. These men were like flies, circling around his woman. Just looking at them made him sick of it. Yunsheng, no matter what, I will never be your enemy. Green smiled bitterly. He knew that Yunsheng was finally going to leave him. Thank you. The woman's voice floated past like a cloud. Green could only watch as the Heavenly Realm's treasure ship rose into the sky and left. Night Fox, why are you stopping me from talking to Green? Yunsheng was displeased. If it were you, you'd be happy for me to talk to other women. When I wasn't around, that guy was very attentive. Yi Baiming's mouth was full of jealousy. Yunsheng rolled her eyes at him. I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. All the cities have been reclaimed. Our last stop is the Celestial Fox tribal nation. This man was getting more and more petty. 3 days later, the Heavenly Realm's treasure ship arrived in the sky above Hu City. Before they reached Hu City, Yunsheng saw a red ocean from afar. Needless to say, Yunsheng knew that Hu Qinxiu must have ordered people to decorate the area to celebrate the Celestial Fox tribe becoming a superior beast clan. Inside Hu City, there were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. Red carpets covered the official road. The Fox clan's patriarch, Hu Qinxiu, was in a good mood. It was as if he had returned to the time when the Celestial Fox tribe had just arrived at the 8 Desolates continent. The Celestial Fox tribe had once again become a high and mighty existence. All of this was brought about by him, Hu Qinxiu. Patriarch, Yunsheng has brought some people and is outside the Celestial Fox Palace seeking an audience. Hu Qinxiu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Yunsheng, why did that Celestial Fox bastard come back? I'm not seeing her. Why don't you see what kind of place the Celestial Fox Palace is? Can any Tom, Dick, or Harry enter? Hu Qinxiu said in annoyance. But Patriarch, the High Priest disciple, came with her, and the Chinese clan's Patriarch. The Celestial Fox Guards were no match for them. Even if the Patriarch was unhappy, that group of people could fight their way in. The High Priest disciple? Hu Qinxiu was shocked. He had already asked around. The high priest disciple's identity was not simple. He was the champion of the 8 Desolates tribe competition. It was said that he was the illegitimate son of the Black Chilean patriarch, Heiyao. Heiyao had always wanted to pass the position of Black Chilean patriarch to him. Such a big shot could not be offended. Idiot! How can we let Lord Yi wait outside? Quickly invite the saintess over. We have to welcome the guests together. Hu Qinxiu said hurriedly. When Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and the others entered the Celestial Fox Palace, Hu Qinxiu and Yu Shang were already waiting inside. When Yu Shang saw Yi Baiming, her eyes flickered. Hu Qinxiu also had a fawning look on his face. But when the two of them saw Yun Sheng walking side by side with Yi Baiming, their expressions became strange. Yun Sheng, you still have a face to come. If it wasn't for the saintess ability, the Celestial Fox tribe would have been killed by you. Hu Qinxiu had a look of disgust on his face. He had originally thought that this woman, Yun Sheng, would be very capable. In the end, she was the last to leave the 8 Desolates Tower. If it was her, the Celestial Fox tribe wouldn't even be able to get a low-level beast. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. If it wasn't for Master, you might not even be able to win the arena competition. Hu Qinxiu, this old man, was too disgusting. Impudent. Our Celestial Fox tribe is filled with talents. Us becoming a high-level beast race has nothing to do with her. Hu Qinxiu's face and ears were red. He would rather die than admit that Yun Sheng had done anything. Hu Qinxiu, I didn't come here today to discuss these matters with you. Whether it's being expelled from the Celestial Fox tribe or the saintess position, I have no interest in any of these. We had an agreement before. As long as the Celestial Fox tribe becomes a high-level beast race, you will let the Ice Fox tribe go and return Madame Rulin's freedom. You won't go back on these 2 points, right? Yun Sheng was already mentally prepared for Hu Qinxiu's shamelessness. But seeing his hoodlum appearance, she couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Whatever, she didn't have any friendship with the Celestial Fox tribe. After this, it could be considered as cutting off all ties. Hu Qinxiu looked at Yi Baiming beside Yun Sheng and calculated in his heart. Offending Yun Sheng wasn't a big deal, but offending Yi Baiming wasn't a good thing. Anyway, Hu Rulin wasn't important. She only knew how to cry all day and wasn't willing to let him touch her. Throwing her to Yun Sheng wasn't a big deal. The people of the Ice Fox tribe have already left Hu City. As for Hu Rulin, that useless woman. If you want to take her away, then take her away. She is in the cold palace of the Celestial Fox Palace. Hu Qinxiu's face was cold and emotionless. Yun Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. If Hu Qinxiu wasn't willing, she really planned to snatch her away. Lord Yi, the harem is a woman's place. You are a man. Please stay. Seeing that Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng were going to the cold palace together, Yu Shang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened her mouth and called out to Yi Baiming. Chapter 1377. Yi Baiming glanced at Yin Sheng. Wait for me outside, so that people don't have a reason to gossip. Yin Sheng nodded. She already had some suspicions in her heart. Yu Shang's attitude towards Yi Baiming was very different. This old woman, Yu Shang, had always been overbearing. However, when she spoke to Yi Baiming, she acted like a little girl. This made Yin Sheng feel goosebumps all over her body. However, they were still in the Celestial Fox Palace. There were so many people in the palace that she wasn't afraid of Yu Shang playing any tricks. Then I'll have to trouble Holy Maiden to accompany Lord Yi on a tour of the Celestial Fox Palace. I'll take my men to the Cold Palace first. Hu Qinxiu glanced at Yu Shang. In terms of looks, Yu Shang wasn't necessarily inferior to Yin Shang. It would be best if Yu Shang could hook up with Lord Yi. Yi Xiu, don't you remember me? After Hu Qinxiu and the others left, Yu Shang hurried forward, wanting to grab Yi Baiming. Holy Maiden, my name is Yi Baiming, not Yi Xiu. Yi Baiming had heard about Yu Shang long ago. He knew that this woman had harmed Yun Sheng many times in the past. He only felt disgust for her. When she took a few steps closer, Yi Baiming took a few steps back, looking like he didn't want strangers to come close. Yi Xiu, You're Yi Xiao. You look almost the same as Yi Xiao. You have the same nose bridge, the same deep eyes, and the aura of the Qilin King on you. I'm Yushang, Hu Yushang, Hu Yan's younger sister. Hu Yushang's eyes were filled with tears. She had loved Yi Baiming for so many years. Now that she saw Yi Baiming, who looked almost the same as Yi Xiao, standing in front of her, she couldn't help but grab his sleeve. Rip! Yu Chang's hand had just touched Yi Baiming's sleeve when a gust of wind brushed past. All that was left in Yu Chang's hand was a piece of torn sleeve. The biting cold battle energy caused Yu Shang's skin to ache slightly. Her delicately decorated fingernails had been cut in half, and her fingertips were dripping with blood. I don't care if you're Yu Shang, Hu Yushang, or even Hu Yan's sister. None of this has anything to do with me. If you continue to pester me, your hand will be broken next time. His cold gaze and resolute words made Yu Shang feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Yi Xiao, how dare you injure me? Hee, you must think that I'm a crazy woman. Let me tell you, you don't remember me because you're missing the Qilin King's Saraira and the Qilin King's heart. Just you wait. Once we find King Qilin's Saraira and King Qilin's heart, you will remember everything. Yu Shang held the sleeve with a crazed look in her eyes. She stumbled and ran out. Yi Baiming was deep in thought. Yi Xiao, Hu Yushang said that he was Yi Xiao? He was Yi Baiming, not Yi Xiao. He felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart, and he was a little flustered. It's better not to mention this to Yun Shang, lest she overthinks. Yi Baiming sighed inwardly. In the cold palace, Hu Ruolin, who had been locked up for many days, heard the door open. When she saw Yun Shang walk in and offer to take her away, a smile appeared on Hu Ruolin's face. How could this woman be so calm? Hu Qinqiu looked at Hu Ruolin in disbelief. In his impression, Hu Ruolin was weak and easily cried. When he asked her to leave the Celestial Fox Palace, she should be crying and unwilling to leave. You can take some of your jewelry with you, lest others say that I'm unreasonable. Hu Qinqiu snorted. No need. I just want to take Guizhi and my daughter's ashes away. I don't want anything else. Hu Ruolin had changed into a plain dress. She hugged the urn and walked out of the cold palace with the accompaniment of her maidservants, leaving Hu Qinqiu far behind. Hu Qinqiu was at a loss for words. He didn't know why, but he had the misconception that he had been abandoned, even though he was the one who had abandoned that woman. That's right, it was an illusion. The Celestial Fox tribe had become a superior beast tribe, and he had everything. How could he be abandoned? From now on, he was the superior beast tribe, the chief of the Celestial Fox tribe. When Yun Shang brought Madame Ruolin to Yi Baiming was also slightly surprised. Hu Ruolin really resembled Yun Shang's mother. Night Fox, where's Yu Shang? Yun Shang didn't see Yu Shang and felt a little strange. I don't know where she went. Little Wildcat, let's return to the Celestial Realm's treasure ship first. Yi Baiming didn't say much, and the group returned to the Celestial Realm's treasure ship together. After boarding the treasure ship, Yun Shang and Hu Ruolin both let out a sigh of relief. It's time for us to take a look at the major cities. The Celestial Realm's treasure ship slowly moved forward. In the next few days, a piece of shocking news came from all over the continent. The rise of the Chinese race. And it was rumored that the chief of the Chinese race had seized many cities from the 7 major beast tribes. This included all the cities of the Bashi tribe, the Black Qilin tribe, the Nine Luan tribe, the D clan, and many other cities. In an instant, the Chinese race went from being a tribal country without any territory to being the 4th largest beast tribe after the old Bakar Orcs, the Black Qilin tribe, the Nine Luan tribe, and the D clan. Not only that, on the first day of the establishment of the tribal country, the Chinese race announced that all humans, half-orcs, and orcs would be treated equally in the territory of the Chinese race. A large number of humans, half-orcs, and some non-Bakar orcs rushed to the Chinese race after hearing the news. Among them, the Celestial Fox tribal country was the most seriously affected. Chief, a large number of people in the south have left their cities and are heading to the Chinese race. Chief, Chengdu has announced that it has left the Celestial Fox tribal country and joined the Chinese race. Chief Yudu has announced that it has left the Celestial Fox tribal country and joined the Chinese race. Chief Fengdu has announced that it has left the Celestial Fox tribal country and joined the Chinese race. The news came one after another, and Hu Qinxiu was caught off guard by the news. Those people in the capital cities and those who had left their homes for the Chinese race all had the same slogan: protect the saints, and humans, orcs, and half-orcs are equal. Damn it, are these people rebelling? Hu Qinxiu couldn't sit still anymore, and the elders of the Elders Association also came to him one by one. The capital city they were in had been affected by the secession of the 3 capital cities from the Heavenly Fox Tribe Nation and had also fallen into turmoil. Hu Qinxiu immediately prepared an army and prepared to attack the traitorous capital cities. However, the 3 capital cities formed an alliance army, and in the alliance army, there was also a ferocious army of tigers and wolves. The Sky Fox army, for a moment, was actually unable to repel the enemy. The allied army pointed their spears at the chief of the Celestial Fox people and the Celestial Fox tribal country. They believed that Yun Sheng was the only Saintess. Chief, at this time, you must ask Saintess Yu Sheng to quell the rebellion. Several elders suggested, but at this critical time, Yu Sheng and the Grand Witch Doctor both disappeared. Chapter 1378. Bitch, the old and the young are all like this. None of them are reliable. Hu Qinxiu was even more annoyed when he heard this. As for the elders, they were cursing in their hearts. Isn't this all because of you? If it weren't for the tribe leaders' ingratitude, they wouldn't have to offend a thorn like Yun Sheng. No one would have thought that Yun Sheng, that bitch, would unknowingly have such a high reputation among the major cities and the half-beastmen of the human race. She didn't become the Saintess. Many people in the major cities of the Celestial Fox tribe were dissatisfied with this matter. This became the fuse of the internal strife of the Celestial Fox tribe. However, Hu Qinxiu was too immersed in the joy of becoming a superior beast that he didn't notice it. What made Hu Qinxiu even more annoyed was that Yun Sheng had taken Hu Rulin away one step ahead of time. She even colluded with the Ice Fox tribe. Right now, that group of allied forces was indeed very difficult to deal with. The Celestial Fox tribe nation fell into turmoil. The Boss Serpent tribe was destroyed, but the Chinese cities were thriving. He Linlin and the others have been waiting in the 15 cities of Black Qilin for many days, but Yun Sheng and the others had not been seen. What made He Linlin even more annoyed was that a large number of humans and half-beastmen had poured in just over a month's time. Even the dozen or so Black Qilin cities, which used to be very backward, had sent Chinese officials to the city. These officials were not as greedy as the Black Qilin nobles and officials. They built roads, opened martial arts schools, and encouraged people to learn medical skills in the local areas. Soon, they were supported by the Black Qilin people. Seeing her own people being recruited by the Chinese, one could imagine how He Linlin felt in her heart. Damn it, where is Yun Sheng hiding? He Linlin decided that no matter what, she had to find Yun Sheng's whereabouts. After some inquiries, He Linlin finally found out that Yun Sheng was currently staying in the original capital of the Bashi tribe, Bazhou County. Thus, she immediately led a group of Black Qilin elites and secretly hid in the Snake Palace in Bazhou County under the cover of the night. Around midnight, He Linlin killed her way into the Snake Palace. Black shadows flickered as He Linlin and the Black Qilin warriors charged into the main hall of the Snake Palace. Yin Sheng, you slut. Let's see where you'll escape to this time, He Linlin said through gritted teeth. She approached the bed and slapped it. The bed curtain fell, and there was no one on the bed. She was fooled. He Linlin was startled. She immediately flew backwards. But when she turned around, she saw Dugu Xiu and the high priest standing behind her. It's you? Why are you here? Seeing the two people who shouldn't be here, He Linlin became alert. She remembered that when she left Sky Harmony City, Dugu Xiu was sent to another capital. He Linlin, You've been fooled. Yin Sheng isn't here. Duguxiu looked at He Linlin with ridicule. Compared to Yin Sheng, He Linlin was still much weaker. Why would Yin Sheng stay in the Boss Serpent tribe to wait for people to capture her after provoking several large beast tribes? She should be hiding in a place where no one would be able to find her. Duguxiu, you colluded with the high priest. You betrayed the Black Qilin tribe. He Linlin also realized that she had been fooled. She looked around and realized that the Qilin warriors who followed her were all behind Duguxiu. When did these people become Duguxiu's subordinates? Betray? He Linlin, you should say this to He Yao. Who forced me to betray you? After you father and daughter used me. You want to kick me away? Dream on. Duguxiu was filled with hatred. When he thought of the words that He Linlin and her father said that day, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Who do you think you are? You're just a mixed-blood bastard. Duguxiu, don't think that you can catch me by yourself. Don't forget that I still have the Black Qilin King Sarira in my body. He Linlin wasn't afraid. Within her body, a black star-like energy was faintly stirring. That diamond-shaped Black Qilin King's Sarira released a powerful energy fluctuation. The powerful energy made it difficult for others to get close to it. With the Black Qilin King Sarira in her hand, He Linlin wasn't afraid of anyone. Young tribe leader, this time you're wrong. It's better if you hand over your Black Qilin King Sarira. The high priest took a step forward and reached out his hand towards He Linlin. For some reason, the Black Qilin King Sarira that was like a ferocious beast in the eyes of others was useless in the eyes of the high priest. You? Impossible, how could you? He Linlin's eyes widened in fright, as if she had seen something inconceivable. The Black Qilin King Sarira was only absorbed into He Linlin's body through the combined efforts of many elders of the Black Qilin clan. There were only two ways to retrieve the Black Qilin King Sarira. The first way was to summon the Black Qilin King Sarira. The second way was much simpler. The second way was to kill He Linlin and retrieve the Black Qilin King's Sarira from her body. The high priestess had chosen the latter. She felt that all the fighting aura in her body was being controlled. She couldn't even move an inch. The high priest's hand pierced into He Linlin's chest and grabbed the Black Qilin King Sarira. Together with her heart, the Black Qilin King Sarira was pulled out from He Linlin's chest. He Linlin's beautiful eyes protruded out like a goldfish's eyes. They gradually turned turbid and finally became the color of death. Duguxiu, who was standing behind the high priest, looked at the scene in horror. The Black Qilin King Sarira was dug out. There were still traces of blood on it. You killed her. Duguxiu did not expect the high priest to kill her directly. Only by killing her will we be able to carry out our plan. Bring her corpse back and hand it to He Yao. Tell him that she was killed by Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. The high priest snatched away the Sarira and wiped the blood off his hand. His tone was very calm. It was as if killing He Linlin was as simple as killing an ant to him. Duguxiu took a glance at He Linlin, who was lying on the ground. Her eyes were still open. She had an expression of being unable to rest in peace. Blood was still flowing out from her chest. Her death was very terrifying. The high priest was actually able to kill a martial god like He Linlin with a single hand. Exactly what was his origin? It was only at this moment that Duguxiu realized how terrifying the high priest was. Merely, upon recalling what He Yao had said earlier, Duguxiu clenched his teeth. He ordered his subordinates to carry He Linlin's corpse and rush back to the Black Qilin clan. Duguxiu could already imagine how furious He Yao would be upon seeing the corpse. Chapter 1379. Somewhere in the skies of the Eight Wastelands, the treasure ship of the realm of the gods was flying leisurely. There were no villages in front and no shops at the back. Due to the defensive magic array on the treasure ship, it was very safe in this area. Just like what Duguxiu said, Yinsheng was not stupid enough to hide in any Chinese city. She had been staying on the treasure ship of the realm of the gods for the past few days. On this mobile stronghold, no beast could catch up with her. Therefore, These days, He Linlin was vomiting blood, while Hu Qinxiu was being tormented by the Alliance army like an old dog. On the other hand, Yun Sheng was very leisurely. Under the pitch-black starry sky, Yun Sheng was leaning in Yi Baiming's arms. The two of them were lying on the deck of the treasure ship and looking at the sky. The breeze was gentle and everything was quiet. Only the whispers between the lovers could be heard. But at this moment, Yi Baiming suddenly suggested to return to the boundless land. We have stayed in the 8 wastelands for long enough. It's time to return to the boundless land. Yi Baiming said, "The war is not over yet. I plan to return to the boundless land in half a month." Yin Sheng did not agree with Yi Baiming's suggestion. She felt that Yi Baiming was a little strange recently. He seemed to be hiding something from her. "Little wildcat, listen to me this time. Return to the boundless land first. Leave the matters here to Boss Peng Yu and the others." Yi Baiming thought that with the Ice Fox clan and Boss Peng Yu around, it would not be a problem to protect the Chinese. "Night Fox, are you hiding something from me? Ever since we returned from the 8 Wastelands Tower, I felt that something was wrong with you." Yin Sheng looked at Yi Baiming. The two of them had experienced many life and death situations. Although Yi Baiming had returned the unicorn horn to her, there was an indescribable tacit understanding between the two of them. It was probably because of the enchantment spell. The Yi Baiming that Yin Sheng knew was not a talkative man. Most of the time, he liked to hide his words in his heart and only tell her after he solved it himself. Perhaps most men were like this. Seeing Yi Baiming frown the entire night, Yun Sheng could sense that Yi Baiming was hiding something in his heart. Seeing Yun Sheng staring at him with eyes full of worry and confusion, Yi Baiming's heart slightly rippled. He gently pecked her on the lips, causing Yun Sheng to pout. In the past half a month, the two of them had been very close. Yun Sheng's initial rejection of these intimate actions had turned to symbolic anger. It was a big change. His little wildcat was sometimes so slow that it made people speechless. Sometimes she was overly sensitive. "I did hide something from you. Actually, I have found a way to break the ancient forbidden spell. That news was told to me by Dugu Xiao." Yi Baiming held Yun Sheng in his arms and nestled in her neck, smelling the faint fragrance of herbs on her body. He had to admit that he had hesitated for a moment after Dugu Xiao had said those words. "You found a way? That's good news. Why didn't you tell me?" Yin Sheng felt itchy on her neck. She angrily punched Yi Baiming, but the latter took the opportunity to breathe hot air into her ear. "You don't want to use that method." Yi Baiming told her about the method that Dugu Xiao had told him. After he finished, he stared at Yun Sheng in amusement. Yun Sheng paused for a few seconds. Suddenly, her face turned fierce. What method to break the curse? That damned Yi Xiao. She had thought that he was some respectable ancient powerhouse, but now it seemed that he was just a potential stud horse whose brain had shit in it. He actually wanted the descendant of the Black Qilin to use this method to break the ancient forbidden spell. Damn Dugu Xiao. It's fine if he's a stud horse himself, but he actually wants to turn you into a stud horse too. Let me tell you, Yi Baiming, if you dare to try. Before she could say the word try, Yin Sheng's lips were engulfed by the man's scorching breath. Her small mouth, which had been grumbling nonstop, was firmly sealed. All that was left was an ambiguous feeling that only the two of them could understand. "Yin Sheng, I won't betray you." Yi Baiming loosened his mouth reluctantly. God knew how long he had been troubled by this matter. If he had Dugu Xiao's personality, it would be easy to handle. But in his heart, there had always been only one Yin Sheng, and Yin Sheng only wanted him to be whole. If he really used this method, although he would break the ancient forbidden spell, there would be a gap between him and Yin Sheng forever. Yi Baiming would never allow such a thing to happen. Then don't solve it. There will always be other methods to break the ancient forbidden spell. Yi Baiming released Yun Sheng. From his eyes, there was an unquenchable desire. Who asked his little wild cat to look so delicious? "Night Fox, am I making things too difficult for you?" Yin Sheng sighed. She also knew that compared to women, male animals always had less self-control in certain aspects. "For you, I am willing to endure hardships. Moreover, I will definitely find other methods. Don't forget, you still have to give birth to a nest of children for me." Yi Baiming comforted her. After hearing Yi Baiming's words, Yun Sheng spat. She did not doubt Yi Baiming's words at all. Yi Baiming looked at the blushing Yun Sheng, and his heart tightened. If what Yu Sheng said was true, and he was Yi Xiu, then did that mean that the key to breaking the ancient forbidden spell lay with him? Yi Baiming wanted to return to the Dutian blood realm and find the ancient Qilin tomb again to see if there were any other clues. Moreover, he had a hunch that Yun Sheng was not suited to stay in the Eight Desolates mainland for long. The High Priest must have his reasons for collecting the Eight Desolates of Darkness divine weapons again. Most of the Eight Desolates of Darkness divine weapons had already fallen into the High Priest's hands. Only Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming still had one Eight Desolates of Darkness divine weapon each. That's good too. Anyway, the Hua clan has Boss Peng Yu, Yin Shuang, and the others for martial arts, and Crane Sound for culture. These people together should not be underestimated. I also plan to send Madame Rulin back to the boundless mainland so that she can meet Mother. Yinsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them decided to bring Madame Rulin, little Ying, and baby back to the boundless mainland first. Knowing that Yun Sheng and Yun Sheng were leaving, Lu Yunshuang, Boss Peng Yu, Crane Sound, and the others were very reluctant to part with them. All good things must come to an end. Everyone, you are now the mainstays of the Hua clan. As long as the human race, half-beast people, and beast people live in harmony, I believe that the Hua clan will continue to prosper. Yunsheng had stayed in the Eight Desolates mainland for almost a year and had built up deep bonds with these people. However, she was ultimately just a passerby in the Eight Desolates mainland. The few of them said their goodbyes reluctantly. Just as Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were about to leave the treasure ship and return to the boundless mainland with baby, Boss Peng Yu received a secret report from his subordinate. When he read the report, his expression changed abruptly. Chapter 1380. Yin Sheng caught the change in Boss Peng's expression. "Boss Peng, what happened? Why is your expression so bad?" Yin Sheng paid attention to Boss Peng's actions. "Master, the situation isn't good. There are rumors in the outside world that He Yao has led 100,000 Black Qilin elites and summoned the other beast clans of the Eight Wastelands to arrest you and Lord Knight all over the continent." Boss Feather Rock hesitated for a while before finally speaking. This news was spread early in the morning. The Black Qilin tribe's reputation in the Eight Desolates continent was shocking. He Yao personally issued the order. Other than the Nine Wan tribe, the D clan, the Hua tribe, and the Beaming tribe, many other beast tribes on the continent responded, especially the Celestial Fox, the Green Hell Wolf, the Boss Serpent, and the Peng tribe who had a grudge with Yin Sheng and the others. They also joined He Yao's alliance. They were very powerful and had already searched for the whereabouts of Yin Sheng and the others in the Eight Desolates continent. Why did He Yao suddenly want to kill us? This situation doesn't seem right. Yin Sheng's expression changed when she heard the news. Although He Yao had always hated her and Yi Baiming, he had never wanted to kill them. Otherwise, if he was forced into a corner, he would have done it in Sky Harmony City. Yin Sheng always thought that He Yao's friendship with Yi Baiming wouldn't allow him to kill Yi Baiming. In fact, He Yao did do that. I heard that the young tribe leader of the Black Qilin tribe, He Linlin, was killed. The culprit is you guys. Boss Peng stammered. This was clearly framing them. Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming looked at each other. During these days, after they obtained the city, all the orders and measures were given directly from the Divine World Treasured ship. They didn't leave the ship at all. Not to mention He Linlin. They didn't even meet anyone from the Black Qilin tribe. He Linlin is dead. The Black Qilin King's relic is probably in the hands of the culprit. No wonder He Yao went crazy and joined forces with the other four beast tribes to hunt us down. Yi Baiming hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Although He Yao had many children, the only truly outstanding ones were He Linlin and Dugu Xiu. Among them, He Linlin had grown up with him. Her arrogance was similar to He Yao's, and she was He Yao's favorite child. With He Linlin's death and the Black Qilin clan losing the Qilin King's relic, It was expected that He Yao would be furious. Master, that He Yao is a madman. He can do anything. We should leave 8 Desolate's continent immediately. Bobo urged. Between the 8 wastelands and the boundless continent was the Dutian blood world. Unless there was a world deity like Bobo, even He Yao would not be able to cross over in a short period of time. Therefore, leaving the 8 Desolate's continent was the safest option. Yin Sheng, Bobo is right. You, Madame Rulin, Littling Ing, and the others should return to the boundless continent first. Leave the Black Qilin tribe to me. I will definitely find the person who set us up. Yi Baiming felt that something was amiss. He had fought with He Linlin before. He Linlin had the Black Qilin King's relic. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could kill her. The person who killed He Linlin was definitely not simple. No, I won't leave. Night Fox, I will be wherever you go this time. Yin Sheng shook her head. She knew Yi Baiming's concerns very well. He Yao was looking for the 2 of them. If the 2 of them left, He Yao would definitely attack the Chinese and the human race in the 8 Desolates continent. Then, all her efforts in the past would be in vain. Yi Baiming wanted to stay behind to stop He Yao's anger and find the real culprit. However, He Yao might not listen to Yi Baiming's explanation now. They had been separated countless times. This time, she definitely couldn't let go of this man's hand. Yi Baiming was at a loss for words. His eyes flashed with complicated emotions. Yi Baiming felt that even if he had thousands of words to say, he couldn't say them. He could only hold Yun Sheng's hand tightly and couldn't let go. Master, Qilin boy, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Bobo also threw a tantrum. Bobo, don't be willful. Once He Yao strikes, even the treasure ship of the realm of the gods may not be able to stop his anger. Send the powerless little Ing and Madame Rulin back to the boundless continent and into the hands of my parents. Remember, don't tell Mother and the rest about what happened here. Yin Sheng was most worried about Madame Rulin and the rest. Master, you must be careful. Bobo will immediately come back to find you after sending Madame Rulin and the rest back. Bobo's eyes were red like a rabbit's. She had a feeling that she wouldn't be able to see Master again after leaving this time. Bobo left with Madame Rulin and the rest. Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming watched them disappear into the magic array. Master, what should we do next? Boss Pengyu was also very surprised. Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming still chose to stay under such circumstances. Boss Pengyu, we have offended He Yao and may implicate you. If you're afraid, you can leave with your subordinates. Yin Sheng gathered everyone on the ship. No, Master, you didn't abandon us. We won't leave either. Although the Chinese people have just been established, all the Chinese people are loyal to you because they respect you, Master. No matter how strong the Black Qilin tribe is, how can they compare to the tens of millions of humans and half-beastmen of the Chinese? Boss Pengyu and the people on the ship, including Qincheng, were all unwilling to leave. Since that's the case, let's choose the nearest city and wait for He Yao's arrival. Yin Sheng wasn't willing to hide anymore. What she had to face, she had to face. Whether it was He Yao or the other beastmen tribes, she, Yin Sheng, had never been truly afraid. Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming chose Luochuan City, a city of the Beaming tribe, as their temporary base. At the same time, they spread the news and waited for He Yao's army to arrive. He Yao hadn't arrived yet, but Yin Sheng and the others had already waited for another person. High Priest. Yi Baiming was somewhat wary when he saw the High Priest. The High Priest of the Beast God, Alter, seemed to be everywhere. He was even faster than He Yao. Long time no see. The 2 of you don't need to be nervous. I'm not He Yao's helper. On the contrary, we're here to help the 2 of you. The High Priest was still wearing a priest robe that covered his face. He looked eerie. The young man and woman in front of him stood together like a pair of jade. Under such circumstances, the 2 of them didn't leave the 8 Desolates continent and chose to fight He Yao head-on. The High Priest couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at them. Chapter 1381. Help us? Could it be that the beast god Alter wants to break off relations with the Black Cheelan tribe? Yi Biming sneered. He had never trusted the high priest. The high priest had already expected that Yi Biming wouldn't believe him, so he went straight to the point. I can tell you the location of He Yao's Ming Min, but in exchange, I want the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact in your hands. The location of He Yao's Ming Min? He Yao was known as the #1 expert in the 8 Desolate Continent. His cultivation was the second strongest in the history of the Black Cheelan tribe, second only to the former Black Cheelan king Yishio. The Black Cheelan tribe had astonishing defensive and offensive power among the 8 Great Beast tribes. It was rumored that He Yao had cultivated the immortal Cheelan body. Before Yinsheng left the 8 Desolate Tower, the High Priest had already obtained the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact from the other contestants. Only Yi Biming, Yinsheng, and especially Yinsheng, who was the last to leave the 8 Desolate Tower, still had the Heavenly Fate Mirror in her hands. Others might not know the use of the Heavenly Fate Mirror, but the High Priest knew. Yinsheng could obtain the Heavenly Fate Mirror, which meant that mirror spirit concubine Ru Shui had either been killed or subdued by her. Therefore, the High Priest was still somewhat wary of Yinsheng, who had the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Yi Biming and Yinsheng were also secretly considering the authenticity of the High Priest's words. Although this person's actions are strange, he does know a lot of secrets of the Black Cheelan tribe. The method to break the ancient forbidden curse that Dugashio mentioned was also taught to him by the High Priest. Yi Biming and Yinsheng discussed. The two of them decided to use the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact in exchange for the method to kill He Yao. Yi Biming didn't say anything else and threw the Dark Battle God halberd to the High Priest. When the High Priest took the Dark Battle God halberd, his eyes flashed with excitement. The Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness is for you. Yinsheng did not hesitate. She took out the Heavenly Fate Mirror from the beast language ring and handed it to the Grand Priest. When the High Priestess received the Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness, she was stunned. You killed Ji Rushua? In the 8 Wastelands Tower, even the High Priestess couldn't kill the Mirror Spirit, but it was actually killed by Yinsheng. This woman did seem to have some tricks up her sleeves. The High Priest's gaze lingered on Yinsheng's face for a moment, his eyes filled with disgust. Killing or not killing won't affect the divine power of the Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness. Yinsheng did not comment. She would not tell the High Priest that Ji Rumo had devoured Ji Rushua's divine power. The current Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness had no energy at all. To put it bluntly, it was just an ordinary mirror. However, the High Priest shouldn't have noticed this. Since the two of you are straightforward, I will fulfill my promise. He Yao's life gate is his heart. Every Cheelan king can only prevent his resurrection by shattering his heart. On the other hand, even if his Cheelan body is destroyed, as long as he has the Cheelan heart and the Cheelan king Saraira, he can be resurrected. He Yao will be here soon. I hope I will be able to see the two of you again in the future. With that, the High Priest left with the 2 treasures. It's the Cheelan heart. But it won't be easy to get He Yao's Cheelan heart, Yinsheng mused. Don't worry. As long as we are together, everything can be resolved, Yi Biming said softly. Rumble. It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping past the city gates. Yi Biming and Yinsheng were both shocked. He Yao had led over 100,000 soldiers to the city gates outside Luochuan City. This time, He Yao had come prepared. The Featherpung tribe's Featherpung army was circling in the air. On the ground, the Cheelan army, Celestial Fox army, Ba Serpent army, and Viridian Wolf army surrounded Luochuan City from all directions. Yi Biming, Yinsheng, you bastards who don't know what's good for you, come out. He Yao was clad in a battle helmet. His face was so cold it could freeze into ice. Hatred had swallowed up everything in his heart. When Dugashio brought He Linlin's body back, her eyes were bulging in shock. There was a bloody hole in her chest. Her heart and the Cheelan king Saraira were both gone. Based on Dugashio's one-sided statement, He Yao wouldn't have believed that He Linlin had died at the hands of Yi Biming and Yinsheng. However, he also knew that He Linlin's defense was very high. If the other party didn't have a divine weapon, they wouldn't have been able to kill her in one move. Duguxiu had already said that the battle god halberd of the boundless world's 8 barons' divine weapon had fallen into his and Yi Baiming's hands. Yi Baiming had the right hand. He questioned his subordinates again. Everyone's answers confirmed that it was indeed Yi Baiming and Yunsheng's plan to lure He Linlin into the city alone. By the time they arrived, He Linlin had already died. He Yao hated Yi Baiming and Yunsheng. They had even shattered He Linlin's heart and taken away the Black Qilin King Saraira. Even among the Black Qilin tribe, only a small number of people knew the importance of the Qilin heart and the Saraira. Using the energy of the Qilin heart and the Saraira, a Black Qilin could be revived. However, if the heart was shattered and the Saraira was lost, there would be no chance of reviving He Linlin. Despite the Black Qilin army's pressure, Luochuan City was peaceful. There were no city guards on the city walls, and the city gates were wide open. Upon closer inspection, He Yao and the others realized that Luochuan City had long become an empty city. It turned out that when Yunsheng and Yi Baiming chose Luochuan City as their base, they had already ordered Boss Peng and the others to move all the citizens to other cities. Now, there were only a few people in the huge city. At this moment, the sound of a zither could be heard from the city walls. He Yao and the others looked over and almost fainted from anger. On the city walls, there were only 2 people, one standing and one standing. It was a woman and a man. The woman was dressed in white, like the most beautiful cloud in the sky. The man was dressed in black, like a lone eagle chasing after the clouds. Beside the woman was a zither table, and on the zither table was a phoenix head zither. Her fingertips landed on the zither, and the sound of the zither flowed gently, like flowing water. The man held a wine pot in his hand and drank the wine leisurely. This scene did not look like a battle at all. It was more like a pair of lovers playing the zither and drinking wine under the setting sun. They looked happy and harmonious. The man and woman were clearly Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. Such a leisurely scene made the situation that was on the verge of eruption become strange. In particular, the people from the beast tribes were all shocked. Could it be that Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were scared silly? In front of the murderous He Yao, they could still be so leisurely. Chapter 1382. What a pair of dogs. You killed my daughter, and you're still drinking and playing the zither. Today I, He Yao, swear to kill you. He Yao's eyes were filled with blood. He had turned into a vengeful god from hell. Why? He had even asked He Linlin to compromise and accept that bastard from the Heavenly Fox tribe. However, this pair of bastards in front of him had killed his most beloved daughter. He Linlin's heart was destroyed, and the Qilin King's relic was taken away. She had no chance of coming back to life. Yunsheng pressed the zither string, and the music stopped. Hey Yao, what He Linlin or by Linlin? It has nothing to do with us. Your daughter is unreasonable and has enemies everywhere. If you want to slander us, you should do a thorough investigation first. Yunsheng pursed her lips, but Yi Baiming, who was beside her, smiled faintly and hugged his little wild cat in his arms. At a time like this, the only person who would still be interested in shooting her mouth off was his little wild cat. How dare you quibble? Linlin's Qilin King's relic can't be taken away by normal people. Only Yi Baiming can summon it. He Yao stood in the air, facing off against Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. He already knew that his daughter He Linlin wasn't the one chosen by the Qilin King's relic, so he used an ancient method to keep the Qilin King's relic in He Linlin's body. Hey Yao, there's no point in talking. Since you're sure that we killed her, we have nothing to say. Yi Baiming's expression was cold. He didn't have time to find out who killed He Linlin. He only knew that He Yao kept calling them dogs and bitches. He was very unhappy that He Yao insulted his woman. That's right, Patriarch He Yao. This pair of bastards, the woman is cunning and the man is heartless. Why'd you have to talk to them? You don't have to deal with them personally. The leader of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qinxiu, also jumped out. It had only been a month, but Hu Qinxiu had aged a lot. His originally elegant and handsome face was now filled with wrinkles. Not only that, But there were also people in the Celestial Fox tribal nation who were clamoring for him to step down. All of this was thanks to Yunsheng. In Hua City's Celestial Fox tribe was the first to be affected. Almost all the humans, 2/3 of the half-orcs, and 1/3 of the Celestial Fox tribe declared their independence from the Celestial Fox tribe. He was very busy, but he still couldn't stop the division of the Celestial Fox tribe. All of this was caused by Yunsheng. That's right, Patriarch Darklight. We're enough. Peng Wanli, Qin Yin, and Qi Zhanfeng also stood out. They were not willing to let Hu Qianqiu steal the limelight. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming had seized many of their cities. They had long been itching to tear the two of them into pieces. Seeing that the two of them were alone and had no reinforcements, it was the best time to strike. Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you, Patriarchs. Darklight said coldly. Patriarchs, you should split into 2 groups. 2 against Yi Baiming, 2 against that Celestial Fox bastard. Darklight secretly thought that Yi Baiming was much stronger than Yunsheng. But to be safe, it was better to have 2 against 1. No, Patriarchs, don't worry. That Celestial Fox bastard is from our Celestial Fox tribe. I can deal with him alone. Hu Qianqiu also gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Yunsheng. He was the patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe. To deal with the Celestial Fox bastard, he had to join forces with the other patriarchs. If news of this spread out, where would his reputation as the patriarch of the Celestial Fox people be? Then we'll do as Patriarch who said. Let's split into 2 groups. Everyone, let's kill that brat together. The other patriarchs also shouted and flew into the sky. Little Wildcat, go easy on him. Yi Baiming winked at Yunsheng. His meaning was that he was not worried about Yunsheng at all. His tone was clearly sad for Hu Qianqiu. You two go easy on him. Yunsheng smiled. Darklight did not expect that the 2 of them would still be flirting at this critical moment. He could make a move at any time. At this moment, he only needed to watch from the side. Kill. As soon as Yi Baiming and Yunsheng separated, the gentleness in their eyes disappeared. A trace of coldness flashed past, as if they were 2 different people. The 3 patriarchs also knew that Yi Baiming's strength was not to be underestimated. Patriarch Qin Yin roared towards the sky. His body suddenly expanded, and his 4 limbs turned into thick wolf limbs. A blood crescent blade appeared in his hand. The Boss Serpent clan leader transformed into a giant snake the size of a wooden barrel. It swept its tail towards Yi Baiming. Under Peng Wanli's command, the arrows in the hands of the Peng Feather Warriors whistled as they shot towards Yi Baiming. Insignificant skill. Qilin Battle Qi surged in Yi Baiming's body. Immediately, a battle armor appeared on the surface of his body. Once the battle armor appeared, the rain of arrows and attacks were completely ineffective. That is, Darklight's pupils shrank. The armor on Yi Baiming's body was the demon god armor that Yunsheng had used the divine lotus fire to forge for him. The armor was as light as a feather. It would only appear when needed. Super space-time spell, reversal of heaven and earth. Yi Baiming's demon god armor appeared. A wave of magic surged out in front of him like an angry wave. The rain of arrows paused in midair, then suddenly changed direction and shot towards the Peng Feather race. The Peng Feather race was caught off guard. Countless Peng Feather race warriors were pierced by the sharp arrows and fell from the sky. What? The 3 patriarchs were shocked, and even He Yao's expression changed slightly. Magic. Everyone thought that Yi Baiming was only a warrior. No one knew that he was a terrifying magician. Super space-time spell. Yi Baiming's talent in magic was probably comparable to his martial talent. Battle energy blades. After forcing back the Peng Feather Race army, countless battle energy blades whistled around Yi Baiming like a terrible storm from hell. 2 battle energy swords appeared in his hands. With a shake of the swords, 2 sword shadows flashed. His body moved, whistling as he transformed into a gust of wind. Countless sword shadows swung wildly in the sky, like countless poisonous snakes pouncing on the Ba Serpent Patriarch. Qi Zhanfeng, the Ba Serpent Patriarch, was cut into several pieces. Blood spurted out of his body like raindrops. "Bastard!" Patriarch Qing Yan roared. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he pounced on Yi Baiming. The two figures were entangled with each other in the sky. "Yi Baiming, if only you hadn't killed Linlin." Darklight's eyes were filled with shock and regret as he watched Yi Baiming gradually gain the upper hand in the sky. He knew that the three patriarchs couldn't stop Yi Baiming, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Such a Yi Baiming could be considered the true successor of the Black Qilin tribe. Chapter 1383. He Yao clenched his fists, his heart throbbing with pain. But when he thought of how Yi Baiming killed his daughter, He Linlin, and disobeyed him, his heart sank bit by bit. "Die!" With a thunderous roar, Patriarch Qing Yan's body was split into two and fell heavily to the ground. "It's your turn." Yi Baiming's eyes turned cold as he pointed his finger at He Yao. The blood of the three patriarchs had yet to dry on his hand. Yi Baiming's provocative gaze caused the blood in He Yao's body to turn cold. "Hee, before you challenge me, shouldn't you take a look at your woman's condition?" He Yao was so angry that he laughed. Could it be? Yi Baiming's eyes flashed as he looked up at the sky. The battle between Yunsheng and Hu Qinqiu was much harder than Yi Baiming and Yunsheng had imagined. "Little bastard, I really regret letting you join the Celestial Fox tribe. You're the same as Hu Sheng, the shame of the Celestial Fox tribe." Hu Qinqiu glared hatefully at Yunsheng. This woman, who looked exactly like his own daughter, had come to the Heavenly Fox tribe. She was a nightmare to him. I'll return those words to you word for word. "Hu Qinqiu, I've seen many men, including many shameless ones, but it's my first time seeing one as despicable and shameless as you. You don't deserve to be Hu Sheng's father." Yinsheng looked at Hu Qinqiu and felt indignant for Hu Sheng and Madame Rulin. She's just a piece of trash. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have come to the Celestial Fox tribe. If I'd known, I would have killed her myself. She's a stain on my life." Hu Qinqiu spat. "Old man, I'll make you pay for what you said." Yinsheng was thoroughly enraged by Hu Qinqiu's words. "Price? You won't have a chance. Although you and I are both seven-tailed celestial fox, you are much weaker than me," Hu Qinqiu said proudly. Behind him, 7 fox tails appeared. "I am the true celestial fox, a pure-blooded celestial fox. I will let you experience my 7-tailed inheritance, Fox King possession. This is the true celestial fox inheritance." Hu Qinqiu suddenly let out a series of fox howls. Hu Qinqiu's appearance changed. His originally refined face grew hair. Oh no, there's something special about his inheritance. Yinsheng knew that something was wrong. She drew a few summoning circles in her hand. Xiao He and the Elven Queen appeared. These days, in order to help Boss Peng Yu guard the many cities, Yinsheng sent out the Night Demon Queen and the Queen of Shade. Now, she only had 2 magical beasts by her side. He originally thought that it was enough to deal with Hu Qinqiu, but he did not expect that Hu Qinqiu still had a hidden move. "Haha, what do you think these trashy magical beasts can do to me?" Hu Qinqiu's body was still changing. His body was like a gust of wind, constantly changing his position in the air. He nimbly dodged Xiao He and the Elven Queen's attacks again and again. So fast. Yunsheng was awestruck. Space-time prohibition. The magic scepter in Yunsheng's hand emitted a gray magic light. Hu Qinqiu only felt the surrounding wind suddenly stop blowing. His feet seemed to be bound by something. That damn little bee Astor's starred. He actually knew such a high-level magic. Hu Qinqiu, who was restrained by the space-time prohibition, slowed down a little. "Little bastard, so what if you are a dual summoner and magician? It's too late." At this moment, Hu Qinqiu burst out laughing. "Fox King possession, I will let you see the true strength of the celestial fox." Hu Qinqiu had already disappeared. He had turned into a celestial fox the size of a small mountain. That celestial fox had a total of 7 tails, a crown-shaped mark on its forehead, and a body full of silver gray fur. The Fox King's aura caused the surrounding air to tense up. Xiao He and the Elven Queen also felt some pressure and couldn't help but slow down a lot. Hu Qianqiu always had a submissive look in front of others. Yun Sheng didn't expect that he actually had such a terrifying celestial fox inheritance. Speaking of which, Hu Qianqiu's celestial fox inheritance was somewhat similar to the celestial fox of the mixed celestial fox mare that Yun Sheng had seen earlier. It was just that Hu Qianqiu was a seven-tailed celestial fox. Compared to the celestial fox mare, his bloodline and strength were many times higher. He didn't just summon the Fox King, but directly possessed the celestial Fox King. It was as if the Fox King possessed him. Its power was astonishing. The Fox King circled around the entire Luochuan city, and the seven tails stirred up the clouds in the sky. I didn't expect that old man Hu Qianqiu to have such ability. When He Yao saw this scene, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He had looked down on Hu Qianqiu earlier, but he didn't expect that Hu Qianqiu's celestial fox inheritance would be so powerful. Yi Baiming couldn't help but frown. Hu Qianqiu's strength seemed to be stronger than the other patriarchs, but he was actually the strongest among the patriarchs, second only to He Yao. No wonder he took the initiative to ask to fight Yun Sheng alone. It seemed that he had to speed up. Yi Baiming's expression changed. Without hesitation, he slid his feet and charged towards He Yao. Hu Qianqiu, who was possessed by the Fox King, was even faster. Its defense was even more shocking. Yun Sheng used several magic attacks, but it didn't even hurt a single strand of its fur. The earth quakes and the mountains sway. Bastard die. Hu Qianqiu stomped down and kicked the city walls of Luochuan City. Following its roar, countless lightning flashed in the sky and formed lightning, rolling towards Yun Sheng and her magical beasts. Boom, 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 boom. Water magic, mist concealment. After the Water Spirit Queen chanted, Yun Sheng's surroundings instantly turned into a vast expanse of white. Just a mere water magic, and you want to stop this patriarch? Dream on. Hu Qianqiu laughed maniacally. It swallowed like a whale and swallowed the fog into its stomach. Damn it, this guy is so troublesome. Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel depressed. Her Millennium Ice Zither was already destroyed. Otherwise, she could use the Divine Melody to help her. Right now, I can only fight with brute force. I don't believe that Hu Qianqiu really has an indestructible body. Yun Sheng's golden eyes flashed as she stared at Hu Qianqiu. Between her hands, several strands of magic power intertwined together, forming a magic lightning vortex in each hand. Go! 2 lightning vortexes, carrying a crackling magic power, charged towards the Fox King, Hu Qianqiu. Ayo! Hu Qianqiu was hit by the 2 lightning vortexes. Instantly, his skin and flesh split open. A burnt smell came from his abdomen. When he looked at his abdomen, blood was flowing nonstop. Bastard, you'll regret what you've done. Hu Qianqiu swallowed. His eyes were red from killing. Countless celestial fox warriors were sucked into his stomach. Every time he swallowed a person, his body would expand a little. The wounds on his body would also quickly heal. Chapter 1384. What sorcery was this? When Yun Sheng saw this scene, her eyes were filled with astonishment. Fox King possession was the highest inheritance of Hu Qianqiu's 7 tails. But looking at it now, it looked more like a sorcery. In order to defeat Yun Sheng, Hu Qianqiu did not hesitate to devour his own people. Bastard, although the blood on your body is a little dirty, but your strength is not bad. Take a guess, if I devour you, will my strength reach 8 tails? Or even higher? Hu Qianqiu spat out his scarlet tongue, his face still unsatisfied. The strength of these celestial fox warriors was too weak. In terms of strength, no one could compare to Yun Sheng. Although the 7-tailed celestial fox was a mixed breed, her strength was indeed very strong. Come, little bastard, today you'll become my Fox King's meal. Meal? Yun Sheng's eyes narrowed, looking at the Fox King Hu Qianqiu, who was still expanding. Yun Sheng looked at the expanding Hu Qianqiu and suddenly had an idea. Perhaps she could really let Hu Qianqiu devour her. A bold idea flashed past. Yun Sheng made a decision in her heart. A human's heart was not as good as a snake trying to swallow an elephant. She wondered what would happen when the evil Fox King met the celestial fox relic. Although the Fox King's strength was strong, it was an evil path. Relying on devouring to strengthen one's self, the effect was the same as devouring the celestial fox's heart to strengthen one's strength. As you wish. Yun Sheng's body charged straight into the Fox King's mouth that was still absorbing the celestial fox warriors. The Fox King Hu Qinxiu did not expect that Yun Sheng would actually seek her own death. Before he could react, Yun Sheng had already charged into his mouth. As soon as the celestial fox relic entered the body of the Fox King Hu Qinxiu, an awe-inspiring and pure celestial fox energy immediately filled the celestial fox's body. The power of the celestial fox is indeed delicious. Little bastard, your strength will all belong to me. Hu Qinxiu could feel that the power in his body was increasing. Fox King's body was also constantly expanding. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Your woman has been devoured, yet you're still indifferent? Obsidian was shocked to see this scene. From the looks of it, Yun Sheng's actions were akin to suicide. Unlike you, Hey Yao, my woman is not a daughter. She has the strength to match mine. She will definitely win. Yi Baiming was surprised for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. His eyes were full of confidence. He believed that Yun Sheng must have her reasons for doing this. After Hu Qinxiu devoured Yun Sheng, Hu Qinxiu quickly realized that something was wrong. Fox King Hu Qinxiu only felt that there was a volcanic eruption of power rolling in his body. When the purest celestial fox energy sensed the evil aura on Fox King's body, it became irritable and restless. This energy fluctuation, could it be celestial fox? Relic no. When he realized the power in his body, Hu Qinxiu's eyes suddenly bulged. Celestial fox smoke was famous for abhorring evil. If her celestial fox relic was in his body, almost at the same time, Yun Sheng also released the magic power in her body. Hu Qinxiu's body was like a balloon that had been blown up and exploded in the sky. The huge rock in Yi Baiming's heart instantly fell to the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. His little wildcat was indeed not to be bullied. The energy fluctuation made He Yao narrow his eyes slightly. If he wasn't wrong, the energy that caused Hu Qinxiu's body to explode was actually a celestial fox relic. He Yao didn't expect the situation to take such a sudden turn. Wasn't it said that the celestial fox tribe couldn't find the celestial fox relic? Why would a celestial fox relic suddenly appear in the body of that little celestial fox bastard? After killing Hu Qinxiu, Yun Sheng immediately retreated to Yi Baiming's side. The two smiled at each other, only trust and indifference in each other's eyes. Even though they both knew that He Yao in front of them was much harder to deal with than the four tribal patriarchs combined. Whoosh! Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng attacked one after another, killing the clan leaders of the four major beast clans. The armies of the four major beast clans were instantly thrown into disarray. Some of the more cowardly warriors had already started to flee. He Yao snorted when he saw all this. It seems that I've underestimated you all. He Yao, you've always been headstrong and self-opinionated. You've never cared about anyone else. That was true for Li Qingsheng, and it's the same for us now. Yi Baiming looked at He Yao. He had to admit that He Yao had his strengths. The Dark Qilin army behind him was still strictly disciplined and didn't stir at all. Shut up, you bastard. You don't deserve to mention Qingsheng in front of me. Yi Baiming, I've tolerated you many times because of your mother. Let me ask you again, are you willing to acknowledge me as your father and inherit the position of tribal patriarch? He Yao questioned Yi Baiming. Since we've reached this stage, I'll tell you the truth. You're not my father, and Li Qingsheng isn't my mother. I, Yi Baiming, have nothing to do with you. Yi Baiming looked coldly at He Yao. He Yao's eyes widened a few degrees. He staggered back a few steps as if he had been stabbed with a knife. He looked dazed. What did you say? That's impossible. You're clearly the son of Qingsheng and I. Dark Qilin blood flows in your body. Hey Yao, as a father, don't you feel at all whether he's your biological son or not? Empress Li told us all this herself. Yunsheng looked at Yi Biming worriedly when she saw He Yao's expression. Personally, you're saying that Qin Sheng is still alive? Tell me, where is she? He Yao's eyes focused again. He rushed forward and grabbed Yi Biming, questioning him crazily. For so many years, he had always thought that Li Qinsheng was dead. She's already dead, and I'm not your son. Yi Biming hesitated. He's not wrong. He's not your son. Hey Yao, do you want to know who he is? If you want to know, come to Sky Harmony City with Yi Biming. Just as Yi Biming and He Yao were confronting each other, a figure appeared in the sky above Luochuan City like a black cloud. The high priest was like a giant bat. His cold voice echoed in the sky. High priest? Yi Biming and He Yao's expressions changed. At this moment, Yi Biming's expression changed slightly. He spat out a sentence with difficulty. Yunsheng, I have to go to Sky Harmony City. Yi Biming's words shocked Yunsheng. When she regained her senses, Yi Biming's figure suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Night Fox. Yunsheng's face turned pale. At this moment, He Yao's expression changed again. He felt that someone had barged into the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds. Chapter 1385. Sky Harmony City, Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds. Dugu Xiao and the High Priestess arrived before the Forbidden Grounds. The Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds was an ancient stone tomb. In order to enter the tomb, one had to pass through 9 stone doors. Each door had a special magic seal. If one was careless, the mechanism would be activated. The ancestral tablets of the Black Qilin patriarchs were enshrined in the Forbidden Grounds. Ancient magic arrays were set up here. Dugu Xiao had only been here once under He Yao's lead when he returned to the Black Qilin patriarch. After He Yao learned of He Linlin's death, he was furious. He led an army of 100,000 Black Qilin patriarchs to besiege Luochuan City. He Yao had planned to bring Dugu Xiao with him and let him be the vanguard. However, Dugu Xiao said that Sky Harmony City was defenseless and needed someone to guard it. He Yao thought that Dugu Xiao was unwilling to lay his hands on Yunsheng. He scolded him, useless thing. Then, he left with his army. After He Yao left, the High Priestess and Dugu Xiao entered the Forbidden Grounds. Dugu Xiao didn't know why the High Priestess wanted to enter the Forbidden Grounds. However, what surprised him was that the High Priestess was able to deactivate the ancient magic arrays. Even He Yao had to spend a lot of effort to control them. This is the last door. The High Priestess stood in front of the stone door and looked at it. After the High Priestess deactivated the last magic array, the stone door creaked and the heavy stone door slowly opened. Do you know what's behind the last stone door? The High Priestess suddenly asked. The empty tomb of the Qilin King from ancient times. Dugu Xiao had heard of it from He Yao. The Black Qilin graveyard was an empty tomb to commemorate the Black Qilin King's relic that had died in the Boundless Continent. The real Black Qilin King's corpse was still in the 8 Desolates continent. Is that so? So that's what the later generations said. The High Priestess let out a strange laugh. Dugu Xiao looked at the High Priestess suspiciously. You've been following us for so long. Come out. Just as the High Priestess and Dugu Xiao were about to enter the stone door, the High Priestess suddenly stopped. Yushang and the Great Witch Doctor walked out. Seeing the two of them, Dugu Xiao was very surprised. Who are you? Why did you barge into the Black Qilin King's Forbidden Grounds? After meeting Yi Biming at the Celestial Fox Palace, Yushang had done everything she could to find clues to prove that Yi Biming was the reincarnation of the Black Qilin King Yixiao. Finally, she remembered that there might be a clue in the Qilin's forbidden land. Hu Yushang, I didn't expect you to be so stupid after being reborn. The high priest snorted. Yushang's expression turned strange. It's you. Are you Yixiao's shadow? Shadow? Ha, that's right. After so many years, I'm just a shadow in the eyes of the world. I don't have a name or an identity. I didn't think anyone would still remember me. The high priest laughed sinisterly and took off his priest robe. Dugu Xiao, Yu Shang, and the Grand Magus Doctor exclaimed when they saw the high priestess. It was a person. Merely, his face was riddled with holes. His appearance had been destroyed by someone. As Yixiu's shadow, why are you still alive when he's dead? Yu Shang looked at the high priest in disbelief. The so-called shadow was Yixiu's closest shadow guard. He'd been with Yixiu since birth and never left his side. Under certain circumstances, the shadow would even act as Yixiu's substitute. After Yu Shang's reminder, everyone realized that the high priest's body shape and voice were similar to Yixiu's. If not for Hu Yin, the patriarch wouldn't have died. The high priest's hatred flared when he mentioned Hu Yin. The relationship between the high priest and Yixiu was very well hidden. Even Hu Yin and Hu Yushang had only found out about it last. There's a legend in the Black Qilin tribe that if twins appear, it means bad luck. A Qilin is the elder brother, and a Qilin is the younger brother. Qilins are auspicious beasts, while Qilins are beasts of calamity. The elder brother brings hope, while the younger brother brings disaster and disease. The high priest fell in a deep thought. He also brought everyone present to a certain night thousands of years ago. That night, the patriarch's wife gave birth to a pair of identical twins. Due to the ancient teachings of the Qilin tribe, the birth of twins would bring misfortune to the tribe. In order to keep this a secret, the patriarch's wife killed the witch doctor who delivered the twins that night. Even the witch doctor's maid was killed on the spot. The patriarch's wife originally wanted to kill the younger twin, but just as she was about to do so, the elder brother, Yixiu, started crying. The patriarch's wife was afraid that others would find out, so she could only destroy the younger twin's face and secretly abandon him outside the home of a couple who didn't know about it. The patriarch's wife originally thought that the child would disappear forever just like that. However, she neglected the fact that the child was the same as Yixiu. They both had the bloodline of the Black Qilin King. Even though he was born into an ordinary, poor family, he gradually revealed his talent. However, unlike Yixiu, his talent in magic was superior. However, due to his appearance, he lived a very humble life. Perhaps it was fate, but when the two brothers were 9 years old, Yixiu went out to hunt and coincidentally met his younger brother, who later became a shadow. The two became very good friends. Yixiu didn't mind his ugly appearance and kept his nameless brother by his side as his personal guard. However, when Yixiu brought his nameless brother back to the Black Qilin tribe, the patriarch's wife recognized at a glance that this so-called personal guard was the twin brother she had abandoned back then. In order to prevent the matter from being exposed, the patriarch's wife captured him. Only then did the high priest know his identity. The patriarch's wife also discovered the high priest's talent in magic. At the same time, Yixiu wasn't willing to let this trusted aide who was like his own brother leave. Helpless, the patriarch's wife threatened him with the lives of his adoptive parents, forcing him to never tell Yixiu the truth. Although the high priest hated the patriarch's wife, he had deep feelings for his elder brother, Yixiu. In the end, he promised the patriarch's wife that he would never betray Yixiu. The high priest had always followed Yixiu. The two of them grew from youths to heroic men. Seeing the unparalleled Yixiu gradually become the #1 expert among the Bakra orcs. Although the high priest was occasionally envious, he was still happy for his elder brother from the bottom of his heart. Together, the two of them conquered territory after territory for the prosperity of the Black Qilin tribe. All of this changed because of Hu Yan's appearance. Yixiu betrayed the friendship between us brothers. For that woman, he even forgot the oath we made to unify the Qilin tribe. The high priest, who was immersed in his memories, suddenly changed his expression and his eyes were filled with hatred. Chapter 1386. Celestial Fox People Long, Hu Yin was an extraordinary woman. Even Hu Yushang, who had always been jealous of Hu Yin, had to admit this point. The meeting of Hu Yin and Yi Xiu was a beautiful story in the eyes of some people, but in the eyes of others, it was an ill-fated relationship. Hu Yin was free, and Yi Xiu was unruly. Both of them were top geniuses among the bakar-orcs of their time. However, these two geniuses did not have any sparks in their early days. They only met once when they were 13 or 14 years old, but it was just a fleeting glimpse. It was only until the two of them participated in the Bahuang tribe competition that year. In that Bahuang tribe competition, Yi Xiu and Hu Yin clashed from the start of the competition. In the final core competition, Yi Xiu and Hu Yin fought for 7 days and 7 nights until one of them ran out of magic power and the other ran out of battle chi. Finally, they fought to a draw. At that time, there were rumors that Yi Xiu and Hu Yin would become mortal enemies. However, in the end, Yi Xiu took a fancy to Hu Yin. No matter where Hu Yin went, Yi Xiu would appear there. Initially, Hu Yin was very repulsed, but as time passed, Hu Yin also fell in love with Yi Xiu. It was because of this that the high priest's eyes were filled with venomous hatred when he mentioned Hu Yin. That kind of hatred made everyone present feel a chill in their bones. The high priest and Yi Xiu in their youth could be said to be inseparable. At that time, everyone in the Black Qilin tribe knew that Yi Xiu had a shadow. Although that shadow's appearance was unknown, he was the person closest to Yi Xiu. However, everything changed after Yi Xiu met celestial fox people Long Hu Yin. Beside Yi Xiu, Hu Yin appeared. She was afraid of death and did not dare to fight with the humans. She even advised Yi Xiu to coexist peacefully with the humans. Bah, bastards like the humans can only be slaves. The high priest snorted coldly. Once a conflict arose, it was like a prairie fire. Yi Xiu also died in the hands of the humans because of that woman. However, all of this is in the past. After thousands of years of waiting, this day has finally come. The great Qilin King Ye Xiu is finally returning to the world. The high priest's face was full of excitement after he finished speaking. It's been a few thousand years. Since you're Yi Xiu's shadow, why are you still alive? Although Yu Shang had also died once, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid when she saw the crazy high priest. It's not just your celestial fox tribe that has the miraculous spell to resurrect people from the dead. For thousands of years, I've been relying on seizing other people's bodies to survive. The goal is to revive Yi Xiu. The high priest's ugly face was filled with madness. He had been waiting for this day for thousands of years. His most respected brother, his only master, Yi Xiu, was finally coming back. How is that possible? Yi Xiu has already been revived. Your last disciple is Yi Xiu. If Yi Baiming wasn't Yi Xiu, how could he be so similar to the Black Qilin King of the past? That kid isn't Yi Xiu. Back then, Yi Xiu used part of the Black Qilin King's relic to condense a Qilin holy infant. He inherited Yi Xiu's extraordinary talent and physical body, but he isn't Yi Xiu. If you want him to become a true Yi Xiu, he must merge with 2 more things. One of them is the Qilin King's heart in his hand. The statue in the high priest's hand made a crisp sound. The soil on the surface peeled off, revealing a bloody heart inside. Even after thousands of years, the heart was still beating faintly. After Yi Xiu's death, the high priest was disheartened. He wanted to follow Yi Xiu several times, but he accidentally discovered in the history books of the Black Qilin tribe that the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic could revive the ancient Qilin King. Therefore, he secretly hid Yi Xiu's heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the Qilin King's relic. The high priest didn't give up. He kept waiting. He waited for the Black Qilin King's relic to descend. He waited for thousands of years until He Linlin found the Black Qilin King's relic in the Dutian blood realm. The high priest also found out that the Black Qilin King's relic had been drawn out by a human martial practitioner. Just as he was investigating the human martial practitioner's identity, Yi Baiming appeared. The high priest discovered that he possessed part of the Qilin King's relic's power from his aura. Yi Baiming was the future successor that the Qilin King had condensed using his own relic's power. In that case, we only need to merge the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic into Yi Baiming's body. Yu Shang understood the high priest's meaning. Yi Baiming will become Yi Xiao. Only then will Yi Xiao be revived. The high priest didn't enter the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds immediately because he was waiting for Yi Baiming's return. He knew that when the Qilin Forbidden Grounds opened and the Qilin King's heart and relic appeared, Yi Baiming, as the Qilin Holy Infant, would definitely respond and rush back. That was because his body instinctively called out to him. He must have felt the call of the Qilin King's heart and relic. In a certain part of the sky of the 8 Desolates continent. What's in the Qilin Forbidden Grounds? On the Divine World Treasure Ship, Yun Sheng and He Yao stood on opposite sides. Due to Yi Baiming's abnormal behavior and sudden departure, Yun Sheng and He Yao stopped fighting for the time being. Although He Yao wasn't in the Sky Harmony City, he had sensed that the magic array of the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds had been activated by someone in the Sky Harmony City. With Dugu Xiao guarding the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds, no one should be able to barge in. He Yao tried to contact Dugu Xiao, but there was no response. He Yao knew that something must have happened in Sky Harmony City. I don't have the obligation to answer you. He Yao originally wanted to use the magic array or teleport back to Sky Harmony City. But at this time, Yun Sheng suggested that they use the Divine World Treasure Ship to rush to Sky Harmony City. Although he was very unwilling to cooperate with Yun Sheng, after weighing the pros and cons, He Yao decided to compromise for the time being. Seeing that He Yao was so uncooperative, Yun Sheng's frown deepened. What was wrong with the Night Fox? Yun Sheng had never seen Yi Baiming acting so abnormally before. Moreover, after Yi Baiming left, Yun Sheng felt that the Celestial Fox relic in her body was unusually active. The Celestial Fox relic let out a cry from time to time. She could predict that something must have happened in Sky Harmony City, and the Celestial Fox relic was warning them. No matter what, they had to rush to Sky Harmony City as soon as possible. Yun Sheng's heart thumped, and an unprecedented sense of danger welled up in her heart. Chapter 1387. The treasure ship of the Divine Realm flew above Sky Harmony City. The once prosperous Sky Harmony City was now shrouded in a huge shadow. Wails of agony could be heard in the city. The entire city was like a ghost prison. What is that? Yun Sheng and He Yao both saw this scene. It's the magic array of the Forbidden Ground. Someone is using the magic array to revive. What is that? The energy of the Qilin King's relic. He Yao had a dark expression on his face along the way. He finally spoke when he sensed a familiar aura coming from the Qilin Forbidden Land. There was a magic array left behind by the ancient Qilin in the forbidden ground of the Qilin. It was rumored that as long as one gathered the heart of the Qilin race and the Qilin King's relic, they would be able to revive someone. Could it be that their daughter, He Lin, wasn't killed by Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming? Quick, we have to go in as soon as possible. The ominous feeling in Yun Sheng's heart grew stronger and stronger. The two of them temporarily put aside their enmity and jumped off the treasure ship toward the forbidden ground of the Qilin. Inside the forbidden ground of the Qilin. What did you do to my body? Yi Baiming, the high priest, and the others were in a stalemate. Since yesterday, Yi Baiming felt as if he had lost control of his body. He was forced to abandon Yun Sheng and rush to Sky Harmony City alone. He could feel that there was something controlling him from within. Only when he reached the forbidden ground of the Qilin did he realize that the control came from the forbidden ground of the Qilin. Yi Baiming, I'm not controlling you. It's the energy in your body that belongs to the Black Qilin King Yeshio that's calling you. As the holy infant, from the moment you were born, you were destined to take on the responsibility of reviving Yeshio. Behind the high priest was an ancient magic array. Within the magic array, the Qilin King's relic and the Qilin heart were emitting powerful energy. The high priest, great witch doctor, Yu Shang, and Dugu Xiao were channeling the energy in their bodies into the ancient magic array. Activating an ancient magic array required a large amount of energy. This was why the High Priestess needed the help of Dugu Xiao, Yu Shang, and the others. What bullsh asterisk T, holy infant? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yi Baiming forcefully stopped himself from moving forward. Come, as long as you enter that ancient magic array, you can completely become a night elementalist and become the most powerful person on the continent. The high priest's voice was like a poisonous snake, but also as alluring as honey. As long as you become a night elementalist, you won't have to fear obsidian anymore. You can call the wind and summon the rain in the mortal world and fulfill the wish that you couldn't fulfill thousands of years ago. Counterattack the boundless world and avenge the Bakr orcs. The high priest chanted. As the high priest chanted, ancient images appeared before Yi Baiming. Thousands of years ago, in the Dutian blood realm, the warriors of the human race and the beast race fought fiercely. At the last moment, the 8 barren divine weapon appeared, and the entire sky was dyed red with blood. Countless beasts were killed, and their heads fell from the sky like stones. The Qilin king, Yi Xiao, screamed in pain. His mountain-like body was hit by several divine weapons and fell down. Revenge. You must avenge me. Yi Baiming's eyes were bloodshot. Yi Baiming's blood was boiling. Every muscle in his body was screaming as he walked forward step by step. He seemed to feel that he had become a night elementalist. His hatred for the human race and his desire for power were devouring his consciousness bit by bit. His body seemed to become a shell. You are not a night elementalist. You are Yi Baiming. My Yi Baiming. Yin Sheng's voice was like a sharp arrow that pierced through everything. Yi Baiming's feet stopped. Time seemed to go back several years. Yi Baiming slowly turned his head, and a figure rushed into his arms. Night Fox, we have agreed that wherever you are, I will be there. We have agreed that we will not be separated. Yin Sheng's body was trembling slightly. I don't care who you are. In my heart, you will always be Yi Baiming, my Night Fox. The short road from Sky Harmony City to the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds was the longest road Yun Sheng had walked in her life. Every step felt as long as a lifetime. Yin Sheng was afraid that she would be too late. When He Yao said that there was an ancient magic array in the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds that could revive people, Yin Sheng knew that if she was late, she might lose Yi Baiming forever. When she saw Yi Baiming walking step by step towards the magic array, she felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She was really afraid that once Yi Baiming stepped into the magic array, he would become a different person. Fortunately, she rushed over. Yi Baiming's consciousness returned as if he had seen the clear sun in a fog. It's her. That be asterisk starred. He Yao actually didn't kill her. Yu Shang saw Yun Sheng, and her eyes were filled with jealousy. Yin Sheng, you shouldn't have come here. It's impossible between you and Yi Baiming. He is the holy infant formed by the energy of the ancient Qilin king Yi Xiao. From the moment he was born, he was destined to awaken as Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao hates humans the most. You should leave him. Dugu Xiao looked at Yun Sheng with a complicated expression. What Yi Xiao and Bai Xiao? That damned Yi Xiao. What ancient forbidden spell? What holy infant? Who does he think he is? Does he think that everything is up to him? I only know that from the day I met this man before me, he was Yi Baiming. No one could take him away from me. Yin Sheng was completely enraged. She grabbed Yi Baiming tightly with both hands, looking like she was about to explode. Reckless woman. Anyone who tries to stop the Qilin king, Yi Xiao's resurrection, will only die. Yu Shang, the magic array is almost ready. I know that you have a grudge against this woman. You will deal with her. The high priest sneered. He suddenly extended his claw and appeared in front of Yi Baiming in a flash. High priest, just as Yun Sheng said, I am Yi Baiming, not Yi Xiao. Therefore, I will not cooperate with you. Whether Yi Xiao is resurrected or not has nothing to do with me. Yi Baiming took a step forward and started fighting with the high priest. Bastard, I didn't think that you would still be standing here alive. That's fine too. The grudge between us should have been settled long ago. Yu Shang smiled seductively and charged at Yin Shang. I'm sorry, but I've been wanting to kill you for a long time. Yun Sheng and Yu Shang's seven tails appeared behind them at the same time. Ah, Yin Sheng, I'll let you have a taste of the power of puppet control today. Yu Shang's fingertips changed, and magic power condensed into countless spiderweb-like magic threads. With a few sizzling sounds, the magic threads wrapped around Yun Sheng's hands and feet like needles. Beast King roar. Yin Sheng was not to be outdone. She let out a sharp cry from her throat. Bang! 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 The magic threads broke instantly. Chapter 1388. She thought that the puppet-controlling technique she used to defeat the enemy would be effective, but who would have thought that the puppet-controlling technique would be inferior to the Beast King's roar, even though they were both from the Seven Tails inheritance? Bastard, you do have some skills. But even so, you won't be able to escape death today. Yu Shang and the Great Witch Doctor exchanged glances. Divine General Fanjun, hear me. The Great Witch Doctor suddenly shouted. With a loud clang, a group of divine soldiers led by a silver-armored divine general charged out with murderous intent. Those divine soldiers and generals were part of Yu Shang's ambush. Damn it, they were the divine soldiers of the divine world. Yin Sheng's eyebrows twitched. These divine soldiers were different from the Black Talisman divine soldiers she had encountered earlier. They were at least a level stronger, with the weakest among them being martial emperors. The divine General Fanjun was already a peak martial god. Little Wildcat. Yi Baiming swooped down and stood in front of Yin Sheng. Even Yi Baiming couldn't help but frown when he sensed the divine world's divine energy. I didn't expect you to have dealings with the people of the divine world. Even the high priest couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the divine soldiers. Dugu Xiu's heart tightened as he stared at Yin Sheng. You'd better get out of the way. The divine soldiers have no eyes. I want to kill that bastard celestial fox. If you want to hurt her, you'll have to step over my dead body. Yi Baiming's right arm trembled, and golden scales appeared on his arm. The air instantly distorted, revealing the divine energy of the divine war halberd. You asked for it. Yu Shang gritted her teeth when she saw Yi Baiming wholeheartedly protecting Yun Sheng. Kill them. Divine General Fan Zhen roared. His divine soldier's battle intent surged as he swung his heavy sword at the two. Yin Sheng, don't let go of my hand. Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng stared at each other in the face of the powerful divine soldiers and divine generals. Their fingers were tightly intertwined. Battle energy and sorcery energy surged like the sun and moon. Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng charged at the divine soldiers. Cries of battle reverberated through the air. Blood, like red spider lilies on both sides of the river of forgetfulness, bloomed enchantingly. This was a battle between two people against 100 divine soldiers and divine generals. Even though there were only two of them, Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming were unstoppable. One by one, the divine soldiers fell to the ground, screaming. Gudu Xiu looked at the man and woman fighting in the rain of blood. He looked at their hands, which were still clasped together. His expression, Dugu, had a complicated look in his eyes. At that moment, even he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. He was happy because Yi Baiming would die. He was sad because if Yi Baiming died, Yinsheng wouldn't live on by herself. He knew that whether Yi Baiming became a Yi Xiu or not, Yinsheng would never leave him. Countless magical attacks and the stench of blood filled the air. Yinsheng couldn't remember how many people she had killed. The magic scepter in her hand had broken into two because of the repeated attacks. Yi Baiming's hand never let go of her right hand, but she could feel the battle energy in his body fading away. Would they really die in battle? No, that definitely wouldn't be their end. They had to survive. Who allowed you to act so recklessly in the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds? He Yao roared as he descended from the sky. He looked at the corpse-strewn Forbidden Grounds. He looked at Dugu Xiu, who was standing beside the High Priestess. He looked at the Black Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic. It's you? It's you guys. Obsidian immediately understood what was going on when he saw this. The scene of his daughter, He Linlin's tragic death, was still vivid in his mind. He had always thought that it was Yi Baiming and Yunsheng who had killed He Linlin. He didn't expect that the ones who had killed He Linlin were the High Priestess and Dugu Xiao. Why, Xiao, why did you do this? He Yao was both physically and mentally exhausted. His beloved daughter had died tragically. Yi Baiming wasn't his biological son. He only had Dugu Xiao left in this world. But his only son had actually stabbed him in the back at such a time. Why? He Yao, you've always treated me as a spare chess piece. In your heart, whether it's my mother or I, we can't compare to Li Qingsheng and her son. I only cooperated with the High Priestess for my own benefit, Dugu Xiao said calmly to the furious He Yao. A tear fell from He Yao's eye. He Yao had lived in this world for decades. This was the first time he had shed a tear. Only now did he realize that everything he had done for so many years had been wrong. The forbidden grounds had been breached. Dugu Xiao had colluded with the High Priestess. He, the so-called patriarch, had been deceived and used from start to finish. He Yao's expression was ice-cold. Qilin battle energy roared madly from his body like a storm. No matter who it is, only death awaits those who dare to cause trouble in the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds. Both of you back off. An enormous surge of Qilin battle energy instantly locked onto the many divine soldiers and divine generals present. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. This is Yunsheng and Yi Baiming stopped at the same time. Their gazes rested on He Yao, the patriarch of the Qilin clan. He Yao's figure was like a boundless night sky. His face was filled with rage and despair. Let's end this. This damned thing. A terrifying black hole suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The divine power of the divine soldiers and divine generals was instantly suppressed. Their bodies were devoured by He Yao's terrifying devouring power. The moment he was devoured, He Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head in disbelief and saw Dugu Xiao standing behind him. Dugu Xiao's left hand, the Qilin arm transformed from the halberd of the divine battle god, pierced He Yao's heart. There was a dull thud as He Yao's heart was crushed. His eyes were filled with disbelief as they slowly became lifeless. He Yao had never imagined that he would one day die at the hands of his own son. You are my only son. He Yao fell to the ground unwillingly. As he closed his eyes, he glanced at Yi Baiming. An alluring figure flashed across his mind, and everything fell into darkness. He Yao's body turned cold. Finally, everything returned to normal. A powerhouse of the Bakra orcs, He Yao, the Black Qilin, had fallen. In the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds, the divine soldiers and divine generals had been devoured. Both sides had suffered great losses. After killing He Yao, Dugu Xiao's face was indifferent. Perhaps this outcome had already been decided the moment he cooperated with the High Priest. However, who would have thought that the formidable He Yao would be killed by his own son? Chapter 1389. You killed him. Yi Baiming and Yunsheng were both exhausted. They couldn't do anything about He Yao's death. How can I become the Black Qilin Patriarch if he's not dead? Dugu Xiao's face was cold, as if the person he'd killed wasn't his own father. Even if he's not dead, the position of Black Qilin Patriarch will belong to you. Don't you know that I have nothing to do with He Yao? Yi Baiming didn't feel much sympathy for He Yao's death. He Yao's appearance had helped them resolve the crisis of the divine soldiers. He was thankful for that. Haha. What's the point of bickering at a time like this? Those who deserve to die are already dead. It's your turn now. The High Priest's scalp-numbing smile fell on Yi Baiming and Yunsheng. High Priest, I've already said that I'm not Yi Xiao. I won't merge the Qilin King's Sarira and Qilin King's heart to help Yi Xiao be reborn. Yunsheng's appearance made Yi Baiming even more determined. The blood that flowed out of the wounds on their hands was warm. Their heartbeats also formed the same rhythm. Yi Baiming's words were also Yunsheng's words. The reason you refuse to become Yi Xiao is because of that bastard celestial fox beside you. All right, since that's the case, I'll make you give up completely." The high priest suddenly disappeared. A hideous black figure with a disfigured face appeared in the sky above the forbidden area. He looked abnormally evil, and a murderous aura emanated from him. He opened his large hand. Like a mountain, his large hand broke through the air and forcefully separated Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. Yunsheng was sucked into the palm of that huge hand. In an instant, Yunsheng felt as though her Dharma soul had been frozen, unable to move. "Let her go." The high priestess bent her fingers slightly. Her large hand was like a cage. In an instant, Yunsheng's limbs began to creak. There was the sound of clothes being torn apart. "How dare you, High Priest?" Yi Baiming and Duguxiu felt their souls tremble. They all knew that as long as the high priest used a little more, Yunsheng's body would probably explode. At the thought of Yunsheng's tragic death, both of them felt as if their hearts were being twisted by a knife. "High Priestess, what are you hesitating for? Kill that bastard. She's the one who's been hindering Yi Xiu's rebirth time and time again." Yu Shang, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She couldn't wait to see Yunsheng split into pieces and be beheaded. "Yi Baiming, listen carefully. I order you to enter the magic array and fuse with the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's Saraira. If you hesitate for even a second, I will break her hand. If you hesitate for even a second, I will twist her head off. I don't want to destroy such a beautiful woman." The high priestess's tone was sinister. As the shadow of the ancient Qilin King, the high priestess's strength was comparable to Yi Xiu's in the past. Needless to say, after thousands of years of accumulation, the high priestess had used the beast god altar to obtain a lot of mysterious power. Night Fox, don't agree to it. Yunsheng endured the bone-shattering pain and groaned. If Night Fox walked into the magic array, she would really lose her. "Yi Baiming, why aren't you doing it? Do you want to kill her?" Duguxiu rushed forward like an enraged lion. "Scram!" Yi Baiming roared and exhaled with difficulty. "Little wildcat, I'm sorry. I have to go back on my word this time." He couldn't bear to see the little wildcat being humiliated and tortured by the high priestess. Yi Baiming walked towards the ancient magic array. "No!" Yunsheng used the last of her strength and screamed at the top of her lungs. Seeing that Yi Baiming had already walked into the magic array, the high priestess's eyes turned red and she retracted her hand. "Die, woman who gets in the way." But just as he was about to make a move, a powerful magic wave exploded from Yunsheng's body. "Old man, do you really think that you can kill me?" That bone-chilling voice made the high priestess's body stiffen. His fingers were pried open one by one. Boom! A ball of light pierced the high priestess's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Yunsheng was already a few feet away. But her? Was she still Yunsheng? It was a sacred and pure aura. The high priestess, Yi Baiming, and everyone else, including Duguxiu, felt that power. In the sky, Yunsheng's clothes were already dyed red with blood. Cracking sounds came from her body. Her broken bones were constantly regenerating, and her bleeding wounds had already coagulated. That is, Yunsheng's heart trembled. Her gaze fell on Yunsheng's body. At this time, Yunsheng's blood-stained clothes had already disappeared. She was wearing a snow-white battle armor. At this moment, Yunsheng was like a goddess of war draped in ancient divine armor. The cold wind in the forbidden area blew her long hair, revealing her face that was even more sacred than snow and jade. At that moment, everyone stopped breathing. At that moment, Yunsheng's beauty was so pure and flawless that it could topple all living things. Behind her, 8 foxtails were very eye-catching. Even the likes of Yushang and He Linlin paled in comparison to her. Impossible. How could she break through at this time? That is the divine armor formed by the 8-tailed celestial fox's inheritance. She actually broke through. "No, this is impossible," Yushang muttered to herself. She stared at Yunsheng as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing. No one had expected that the eight-tailed celestial fox's inheritance that Yunsheng had studied bitterly for months to no avail would be broken through by Yunsheng at this time. This woman was like a legend. No matter when, she would come back from the brink of death. The high priestess's eyes were also bloodshot. He stared at Yunsheng, as if he saw another shadow in her. Many years ago, there was also a woman wearing the celestial fox divine armor who stood at the peak of the continent. That face, that temperament, it was exactly the same. For a moment, the high priestess couldn't tell whether the person in front of him was Yunsheng or Hu Yin, who should have died thousands of years ago. Celestial Fox Relic. You have Hu Yan's Celestial Fox Relic in your body. You are Hu Yan. The high priestess's voice was filled with madness. But so what if you are Hu Yan? Ha ha ha. Yishio hates you to the core. Once that man becomes Yishio, the first thing he will do will be to kill you. Oh, is there really no way to salvage the situation? I don't think so. A smile appeared on Yunsheng's face. With that, she looked at the magic array. Suddenly, her figure flashed as she charged toward it. But when the high priestess saw what Yunsheng was doing, shock surfaced on his ugly face. Chapter 1390. Yunsheng only made one move. In an instant, she released all the mana in her body. Like Earth crashing into Mars, she crashed into the ancient magic array. When the high priest saw Yunsheng's actions clearly, he immediately understood. That woman wanted to destroy the ancient magic array. Stop her! The high priest panicked. But at that moment, Yunsheng landed in a sturdy arm. Little wildcat, I'm really flattered that you're throwing yourself into my arms like this. The man's doting voice lingered in her ears. Yunsheng looked up and realized that Yi Baiming had blocked her attack. Night Fox, didn't you already? Yunsheng looked at the ancient magic array and realized that the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's Saraira were still intact. Silly girl, I'm worried about leaving you alone. Yi Baiming glanced at Duguxiao. Yi Baiming, how dare you trick me? The high priest didn't expect Yi Baiming to be faking it. Unrepentant fool. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the holy infant. Whatever Yishio can give you, I can take back. The high priest's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fingers. The ancient magic array emitted a dazzling black light. The ancient magic array was like a black whirlpool, forming a strong suction force. Yi Baiming felt the blood in his body flow backward. His body flew toward the ancient magic array. His flesh was swept up by the ancient magic array's energy, and a portion of it was forcefully torn away. Ungrateful thing. Who do you think gave you talent? Who gave you a heaven-defying physique? Since you don't know how to cherish it, I'll peel off your flesh inch by inch today. The high priest sneered and flew over. Remember, your body will never be able to resist the call of the Qilin King's Saraira and the Qilin King's heart. Night Fox. Yunsheng grabbed Yi Baiming's hand. However, the suction force of the magic array was too strong. Yunsheng was directly sucked into the magic array. Yunsheng. Seeing that Yunsheng was about to be implicated, Duguxiao flew forward and grabbed Yunsheng's hand. At this critical moment, the high priest suddenly paused. The ground shook violently, and a pinkish color and a black color burst out from the ground. Dark Sun, it's all your fault for being so slow. Hurry up and save Master and that Qilin brat. Popo and Ming Ri's sudden appearance shocked the high priest and the others. You are? Underworld God? Even the high priest was horrified when he saw the son of the underworld that was filled with the aura of death. This was the true god of the underworld, a fiend from the underworld. Ming Ri's handsome brows furrowed, looking like he was having a headache. He had promised the four cardinal divinity that he would not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world and Popo. However, in order to save Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, Popo went straight to the underworld palace. She cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to hang herself. If Ming Ri didn't help her, she would. She would ignore Ming Ri for the rest of her life. In desperation, Ming-Ri had no choice but to rush over. Yes, he is Underworld God. Underworld God. As a member of the Underworld, you disobeyed the rules of the God realm and interfered with the affairs of the mortal world. Aren't you afraid of the God Emperor's reprimand? The Great Witch Doctor also recognized Ming-Ri. So what if I interfered? You can go to the God realm and complain. Ming-Ri gave the Great Witch Doctor a cold stare. Who in the world would dare to complain about the Underworld God? If they really did, the consequences would be severe. Except for Popo and Ming-Ri. Even if the people of the mortal world wanted to complain, there was no door to heaven. Popo, remember, don't do it again. Ming-Ri waved his sleeves and rolled Yun-Sheng and the others over. Wait, just two. The life and death of these cats and dogs can't be counted in the favor of this world god. Popo wouldn't ask Ming-Ri for help if she hadn't been forced to the point of burning eyebrows. She saw Duguxiu at a glance. With a kick of her long legs, she directly kicked Duguxiu away and rolled into the magic array. Underworld God, do you really want to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world? The high priest avoided Ming-Ri and didn't dare to stop him for a while. So what if I interfere? This world god will not only interfere, but also take them away. Remember, if you do too much injustice, you will die. The mortal world is not a place where you can hide the sky with one hand. Ming-Ri said and disappeared with Popo and Yun-Sheng and Yi Biming in a magic array. High priest, are you just going to let them leave? Yushang was about to kill Yun-Sheng and revive Yixiu, but the son of the underworld suddenly appeared and snatched Yixiu away. She was even more furious. Even Underworld God has taken action. Do you still want me to snatch them from him? However, most of Yi Biming's flesh and blood have been absorbed by the magic array. He will be a cripple in the future. Keeping him alive will only prolong his feeble existence. As for that celestial fox, she won't have many good days either, the high priest said viciously. High priest, look at the magic array behind us. Yushang and the high priest only paid attention to Ming-Ri and the others. Only the Great Witch Doctor noticed the drastic change in the magic array. Just now, when Bobo had kicked Duguxiu into the magic array, he hadn't thought that Duguxiu would be able to survive inside the magic array. As soon as Duguxiu entered the magic array began to change rapidly. Inside the magic array, the ancient Qilin king's heart and King Qilin's Sarira shone brightly. Duguxiu's body was constantly absorbing the energy fluctuations in the magic array. Could it be? The high priest was shocked by this unbelievable scene. How can this be? Isn't it said that only the Qilin Holy Infant can merge the Qilin King's Sarira and King Qilin's heart? Why is the magic array changing like this? Yushang asked curiously. It must be the will of the heavens. It must be because of Yi Biming's flesh and blood that was absorbed by the magic array. So what? Yi Xiu's resurrection is a fact that even the heavens can't reverse. The high priest laughed maniacally. The part of Yi Biming's flesh and blood inside the magic array had been absorbed by Duguxiu's body. Under the magic array's transformation, Duguxiu's figure had long disappeared. A brand new body was taking shape. Countless amounts of energy gushed out of the King Qilin Sarira and transformed Duguxiu's body. A huge body that looked like a mirage gradually took shape. A pair of red eyes flickered in the magic array like red lanterns. A powerful ancient energy rushed into the sky. The entire 8 desolate continent changed colors because of it. The ancient King Qilin, Yixiu, had finally been resurrected after thousands of years. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.